very good at walking on rough terrain, with almost no problem getting across obstacles or gates. She does use work not getting distracted while walking. It has only happened a couple times at home, but still needs work. All of our goats have a pasture field and a little barn for shelter. We use Walnut Hill feed for our feed for all of our animals. They always have hay, food, and water. They have a big water trough that is always filled with fresh, cool water. There's also hay mouth. We always have hay during this project. I've learned how to milk and become more proficient at milking her. I've also learned that dairy goats are pregnant from her at this stage. One is the first to do. I've also learned that goats have four compartment stomachs especially designed to digest food and high fiber, such as grass, hay, and soy. Thank you for watching my OBE presentation. Hi, my name is Lucas Smith. I'm 14.
Hello, my name is Calvin Pendlebury. I'm 14 years old and this is my 6th year in 4-H and my 4th year showman. I'm in the Holmes County Open High 4-H Club. This year I've leased my cousin's unique breeding mate. That doesn't mean she'll be sold at sale, it means she is bred to produce a market product if she fits a buck. Her buck will most likely be turned into wethers and be sold as a market animal. Betty Booth, my Dell, is a bull, a breed known for heavy muscle production. She is mostly white with a red head, which is typical for the breed. She is sired by Keep Swine and was born on January 3rd, 2024. It is important to know the line of breeding with your show animals to avoid inbreeding and to prevent defects you may run into down the boardwalk. Line breeding is also a good way to have more assurance that you have a good kid crop. The better genes, the better crop is the idea. I work with Betty a couple of times a week. This way we can both get used to our own styles and how to work with each other. Putting the time in and working with your animal is also a great way to work out the kinks you otherwise might be having in a showroom. Animals do have bad days, but working a lot with them will cut back on those bad days. They ultimately will know what to do in a show ring when you handle them in free time. Betty is a nice build to her. She has a nice level top and a nice length in the build. She is long-bodied and has a nice full rib that carries all the way through. She has that nice clean female look to her up front. I do wish she came out of her shoulder into the neck a little bit longer. That would help her look a little more feminine. The body length and angles of her hip and shoulder help her to have a nice smooth look to her when she is on the move. She's a good doe and will have a good crop someday. Goat requires 6 essential. Hello, my name is Calvin Pendlebury.
Now entering the ring for Meat Goat Showmanship, the Senior Division, Class 1, Madison Sheets, Emily Harrower, Jenna Zimmerly, Kaylin Crabb, Rowan Hollisek, Kira Howard, Cordell Troyer, and Lainey Schleybaugh.
Show in our hands, we got a nice tough class here, especially the top three. Very close racing. As I went through the class, kind of the same thing we did all the other time. However, we got up to about the top 5, 6, we started getting a lot more meat. But we got down to the top 3 and finally top 2. Now this was the closest placing so far today. I had to give and take a little. Young man started out in the 70 wide division. For the rest there, as well as the field. Started to take a little bit, and then had to put my hand on the bottom part of that field and stick the leg up. As we went on down through the line, we had some that didn't quite have the firmness of the elite, a little softer. This fellow's really not quite as much popular elite as mine. So again, first place, second place, and two really good birds to start the show with. But I had to give the young lady first place because it's very happy. Coming into the top part of that field, a lot more weight. Very good.
In fifth place, Calvin Pendlebury. In fourth place, Fletcher Hawkins. In third place, Keegan Houle. In second place, Clark Howard. And in first place, Chloe Patton. Now in the ring, Market Turkey, Class 5. Olivia Stump, Billy Patton, Bristol Wenger, Brianna Seagraves, Jake Lennington, Natalie Lynch, Keith Hawkins, Lucas Mast, and Carson Yoder.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me out again this year. Sorry about a little bit of a timing mix-up, but glad we got started quick when we got here. We're gonna, for all of these senior divisions, we're gonna pull 4 back from each class, so there'll be 12 out here showing for the top 10. The 4 that I pulled out here today are ones that are maybe just doing things a little bit quicker. They're quicker to get their animals set up. Their animal maybe participates a little bit more. Here in showmanship, this is your teammate. Your teammate's gotta be working with you. There's a few times maybe on this side where teammates just weren't quite participating maybe the way that folks wanted them to. But these 4 are going to come back. They're doing a really nice job. I talked to everybody on the side who's not coming with some things to work on, but a great class of senior showmen to start on.
Returning from Class 1, Jenna Zimmerly, Rowan Holisek, Cordell Troyer, and Lainey Schleybaugh. Now entering the ring for Senior Showmanship Class 2, Cassie Holisek, Hayden Smith, Millie Patton, Brooklyn Gingrich, Megan Miller, Claire Drozga, Jocelyn Varga, and Zaylee Van Sickle.
right, the 4 that we're going to go ahead and bring back, just a little bit more my style, a little bit smoother, a little bit quicker to get them set up and stuck. A lot of time goes in at home when you can get one set up so fast. Some things from some of these showmen that I really like about their hand placements, the way they're holding the head, keeping ears up. They just do a really good job presenting their goats. I mean, showmanship is all about presenting not just yourself, but your goats to the best of your ability as well. Making sure that top lines are level, that things set down square. So these 4, I think, just do the best job of doing that. They'll be coming back out, but please give everybody a round of applause.
Returning from Class 2, Hayden Smith, Billy Patton, Brooklyn Gingrich, and Jocelyn Varga. Now entering the ring for Class 3, Senior Showmanship, Adrian Stump, Marin Drozga, Harley Madison, Claren Varga, Mackenzie Mast, and Logan Van Sickle.
Okay, now last class we kind of broke down. We finally got 2 in the class that I thought everybody finished. The ones on third place on down, they didn't quite have
So tomorrow we are.
when I handled the first one in the last round, young lady here in first place had a bird that really performed way back in the tip of that field. Put your hand over the top of the field up. First round, you had a whole game going against them down. Congratulations.
In 5th place, Keith Hawkins. In 4th place, Lucas Mack. In 3rd place, Jake Lennington. In 2nd place, Olivia Scum. And in 1st place, Billy Patton. Now in the ring, Market Turkey, Class 6. Emily Sheely, Sterling Weaver, Sloan Weber, Rebecca Miller, Casey Pendlebury, Kaylin Williams, Liberty Hendricks, and Benjamin Spring.
Right. So I get like I had the last couple of classes. I talked to the two behind me on a few things that we could do maybe a little bit quicker, or again maybe just your teammates not wanting to participate today. But again, 4 showmen out here that are just a little bit smoother in the way that they present themselves. I like again the way that they hold the head, their hand placement there. Just do a really nice job. I'm excited for the for the whole group to come back out and show for your top 10 showmen.
Returning from Class 3, Adrian Stump, Marin Drozga, Harley Madison, and Claren Varga. There are side-by-sides between the dairy barn and the hog area of the agricultural building that need to be moved immediately. Again, between the dairy barn and the hog barn, they need to be moved immediately. Now entering the ring for the Senior Showmanship Division Drive, Jenna Zimmerly, Rowan Holisek, Cordell Troyer, Lainey Schleybaugh, Hayden Smith, Billy Patton, Brooklyn Gingrich, Jocelyn Varga, Adrian Stump, Marin Drozga, Harley Madison, and Claren Varga.
said they gotta be all the same. But when they did something,
Yeah, I don't know. So you set the standard. Most of you get good ones.
oh yeah. He said nobody had them because they were supposed to check and see.
Great, guys. This has been a really fun group of senior showmen to sort through. We're starting with, unfortunately, we're placing a top 10 and there's 12, but I think all 12 out here really do need to deserve a round of applause. So let's give them that real quick. Right now we've got them set up, 12 up to 3 with 1 and 2 still out here. I think that I talked to everybody individually on the fence line about some few things of why they got pulled, when they did, and things that we could work on. But real quick, young kids standing ringside, watch all 12 of these showmen out here. I mean, the way they hold their hands, the way that their head placement is in their goat, they do a phenomenal job. They were really quick to get them set up. And, maybe a few times the reason they got pulled was their teammate maybe didn't want to stay still quite as long. And it was an unfortunate look and a bad time for me. But I think they did a really good job all the way through. The young lady's going to be in third. Awesome job showing off that front end, getting him stuck, having him stand still. Maybe it's a few times when I look back for third. She was just a little bit slower than the two. I've got to get him stuck. But I think a really nice job all the way through. For me, though, these two do a phenomenal job. The way that their animals always presented, the way that their weathers always look, the way that they always look good. They're always giving me the best view. Level top lines. They set down square and wide. The way that this young man holds the head, I really like that. The way the ears are up. His neck makes his neck and head tie in so good from the side. He's going to be your champion. The young lady's going to be reserved.
Market Turkey Class 7. Caleb White, Harley Madison, Malia Lennington, Jensen Lawrence, Christopher Williams, Maddox Weber, Quentin Bears.
Your grand champion senior showman is Hayden Smith, and your reserve champion is Lainey Schleybaugh. In third place is Harley Madison. In fourth place is Billy Patton. In fifth place is Jenna Zimmerly. In sixth place is Marin Drozga. In seventh place is Claren Varga. In eighth place is Brooklyn Gingrich. In ninth place is Cordell Troyer. And in 10th place is Jocelyn Varga. Now entering the ring for intermediate meat goat showmanship, Una Holisek, Melina Fonts, Kenna Howard, Aubrey Olinger, Trinity Cornwell, Kayla Troyer, Trenton Heller, Addison Spencer, and Sarah Berger.
All right, we have a phenomenal class of intermediate showmen out here. I think that our seniors could take a lesson on these goats on the lead. They definitely wanted to prance around, and that goes to show at home that these kids put a lot of time and a lot of effort into walking. I'm really glad that, we're going to place a top 10. There's 8 out here because I think all 8 of you do deserve an award for all of your work that you put into these goats and your showmanship skills. I talked to each of them on the side about some few things that we could change. I think just overall a really good group of just calm, good collected showmen that, just we need to get a little bit quicker for those that are over here on the gate of just setting feet up when they get out of place. A few different things. The 2 young ladies are going to be first and second, just a few differences. I talked to both of them. Maybe the young lady in the stripes, she gets that one a little too far stretched at times, and that puts that top line down on that goat. So when she has a more collected, he's a little bit leveler and smoother there. And then the young lady, the plaid shirt, she always has a really good race in that one, but sometimes when she lets him down, it gets a little dramatic to get him back up. I think they both do a phenomenal job. But the one that gives me the best look and the most consistent look is the young lady in the plaid. She's going to be your champion. Young lady in stripes is going to be your reserve.
In 9th place for intermediate meat goat showmanship is Aubrey Olinger. 8th place, Kayla Troyer. 7th place, Addison Spencer. 6th place, Sarah Berger. 5th place, Una Holisek. 4th place, Kenna Howard. 3rd place, Trenton Heller. And your reserve champion was Melina Fonts, and your grand champion was Trinity Cornwell.
Okay, let's give this final class here a nice round of applause. Before I make any comments, make a comment about a young lady in second place. This is not your first rodeo.
Yeah, I'm sitting there like this because I'm
She went
sprinting
down
back
through
and
that
forth.
rodeo very serious for her.
And I have to go back out now because we're just here again.
Onto all the progressive steps, probably better than I did. But, cut down to final 2.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
Now entering the ring for junior showmanship, Avery Stitzline, Connor Hawksworth, Clark Howard, Bella Fiorito, Eva Fiorito, Harper Lint, Raya Troyer, Hayden Lint, Emily Olinger, Benjamin Berger, Graceland Bauer, and Matthew Fortune.
Remember when you had to do that? Maybe grab their tail, make a move.
In 5th place, Harley Madison. In 4th place, Quentin Beers. In 3rd place, Chris Williams. In 2nd place, Malia Lennington. And in 1st place, Jensen Lawrence.
mean, that
calls
happens
back and
every
says,
year.
well, what happened? Right? You're like, well, you know, you got greeted. Yeah.
So, and these opportunities don't come around all the time.
Nope.
Next year, try again.
And now the attorney I had working on it, she said next year, you know, if it ever comes up again, we're gonna have to bring them.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, I'll
Yep.
see you.
Okay. See ya. Want to go get your goat and bring him in? Go say hi to mom. Go say hi to grandma. That's his. He'll work it back.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think the future here looks great for your class of junior showmen. I mean, these are excellent kids to work with. Beyond anything, their sportsmanship and ability to help each other out in the ring, tail one when it's not moving is wonderful. Let's give them a big round of applause. Just like I have in the past few classes, I went up and I talked to everybody that's kind of up here, talked about the little things that we could have done to improve. The young man that's going to be in third, I think, is a super ultra calm showman. He also got the luck of the front, but his goat participated with him all day. Stood there, he was the first one in, didn't have to be, led that class. I thought he did a phenomenal job. The young man in fourth, one that, it's hard to show a big doe like that, and he stayed cool, calm, and collect the whole time, really doing some good things. All these kids up here. But the two young ladies that I have back here, they're going to be in contention for first and second. I think just have more fundamental basics down. I talked to each of them. I told the young lady in the plaid shirt, I said, maybe one that we push into him just a little bit and we pop his top line up, but he does set down super square. And then the young lady in pink, maybe not always set up perfect, but guys, she's got a lot of the fundamentals down. She flips the ears up, she pushes them into a brace. A lot of those good things that I think are only going to help her grow as a showman in the future. She's going to be your champion. The young lady in plaid is going to be your reserve.
In 10th place for junior showmanship, Graceland Bauer. In 9th place, Bella Fiorito. In 8th place, Avery Stitzline. 7th place, Matthew Fortune. 6th place, Hayden Lint. 5th place, Connor Hawksworth. 4th place, Benjamin Berger. 3rd place, Clark Howard. 2nd place, Harper Lint. And in 1st place, Emily Olinger. Now entering the ring for Supreme Showman, Hayden Smith, Trinity Cornwell, and Emily Olinger.
Come out here for your Supreme Champion Goat Showman. I think all three that are out here deserve to be. They're really good showmen in their own right. They do a lot of really good things. I mean, all these goats are set right now to my liking. But there's just one showman out here that is by far just the quickest and the smoothest in the way that he gets that one set up. The young man's your champion Supreme Showman.
Your Supreme Goat Showman was Hayden Smith.
everybody. My name is Jenna Sheldon. I'm this year's Fair Queen, and I have some lovely junior royalty that are going to join me out here. They're going to go ahead and introduce themselves.
My name's Peyton. Berkeley Simran. Lila. Stella. Whitney.
Let's give a round of applause for our little princesses here with us.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Now entering the ring for Meat Breeding Goats, Meat Doe Kids, 6 to 8 months. Aubrey Olinger, Trinity Cornwell, Hayden Lint, Lainey Schleybaugh, Brooklyn Gingrich, Claire Drozga, Marin Drozga, and Jesselyn Miller.
Hi, Chris. How are you? I'm tired already. You're getting old. I know. Get a walk in. Yeah, we're halfway tax with that, honestly. Well, you just take it and you get money now, so when I retire, unless they pass this bill, I can get the squad out, so it's good. Might be good. What it is right now.
Okay, on our final turkey drive, we went along, we said at the beginning, most of the line, we had to go to the first place in the class. Sometimes they play out first and then the second place. We did have some second place class. Congratulations.
Just tell them they ask what day it goes.
In 10th place, Kenna Howard. 9th place, Trey Baker. 8th place, Sterling Weaver. 7th place, Jensen Lawrence. 6th place, Chloe Baggett. 5th place, Billy Baggett.
Yep.
4th place, Bree Pringle. 3rd place, Logan Horn. 2nd place, Grayson Houle. And 1st place, Grady Hawkins.
this is a really good class to start off with for your breeding does. I think the one that wins does so rather easily in my mind. This is one, guys, when you get your hands on her, she is super fresh and expressive in the touch to her rack shape. She's so feminine in her front end. She's good in the turn to her rib shape. And yet what I like the most about her, when she's on the move, she's super flexible on both ends of her skeleton. Being a really nice place to start. I think it comes really challenging between second and third, but I do think the one in second just follows the type and kind of our class winner. One that's really good in the shape right behind her shoulder. She's expressive, maybe one that gets out a little deeper in her chest, but one that I think still is just fresh, youthful, and has a lot of femininity to her. The young lady coming out in third, this one's a little more challenging for me to evaluate. One that is super big-footed, stout-boned, really pulled apart in her chest. Maybe one that's just, a little bit plainer in her top shape. Not quite as fresh and expressive as the two ahead of her, but I think this one's a really unique breeding piece. Maybe just not quite my type. The young lady coming out in fourth, one that I really like in terms of just her top shape and her rack. Maybe one that I'd like to elevate her in her chest. Have her tie her neck in higher to the point of her shoulder and be a little bit square and leveler out of her hip, but one that has a lot of foot and bone work at the ground. And then the young lady coming out in fifth, this is one that I ultra like from the side. She's really good in her angles and her flexibility on the go. Maybe one that I would just like to have a little more three-dimensional shape to her. She gets a little flatter and narrower from behind. A really nice class. The kids on the gate all just need a little bit more width, dimension, and power to sort any higher for me.
In 8th place was Hayden Lint. In 7th place, Aubrey Olinger. 6th place, Trinity Cornwell. 5th place, Jesselyn Miller. 4th place, Claire Drozga. 3rd place, Marin Drozga. 2nd place, Brooklyn Gingrich. And in 1st place, Lainey Schleybaugh. Now entering the ring for Meat Doe Kids 9 to 11 months, Marin Drozga.
I think this is a really good single entry doe to have out in this division. This one is really fresh and crisp around her top. She's big-footed, stout-boned, offers a great look of quality from the side. She's freaky cool to look at just in terms of her color. I love her horns. Both of her does today have been very highly presented. A really nice doe for the single entry class.
Now entering the ring, NF2 Ducks Class 1. Justice Hendricks, Dylan Miller, Kayleen Ganizak, Easton Rayburn, Claire Steffens,
Now entering the ring for Meat Doe Yearlings 12 to 23 months, Benjamin Berger and Sarah Berger.
Now we're going to do the easiest part of the animal rib. Turkeys, you got a lot of things to evaluate. Each of you got a lot to evaluate.
This is a really nice pair of does we've got out here. I'm going to go ahead and use the young ladies to win this class. She's one that I think just is a bit more level or collected in her top line. She's more tucked up in her chest floor. If you get in behind her, she has some more width and dimension. She stands a little bit squarer and truer to the ground. Nothing to take away from the young man's doe. This is one with a lot of rib and body. She's really broody in her design, maybe one that just gets a little deeper in her chest, maybe gets a little bit narrower, and is a little bit frailer at the ground, but I think a really nice pair of does in this division.
For meat doe yearlings, 12 to 23 months, in first place was Sarah Berger, and in second place was Benjamin Berger. Now entering the ring for the meat breeding goats final drive, Lainey Schlabaugh, Brooklyn Gingrich, Maren Drozga, Benjamin Berger, and Sarah Berger.
As we come back out here to sort your champion breeding doe, I think that this is a really high quality group of 5 does out here. Let's go ahead and give all these showmen a big round of applause. For me though, there's one out here that the minute it hit the ring in showmanship, I was like, that's my kind of doe. That's one that I'd want in the pen at home. This one is just so expressive and fresh in her rack shape. She's good about her rib and yet ultra feminine and super flexible. The young lady with the blonde headed doe is going to be your champion. For me, it gets a lot more challenging when you're sorting for your reserve. I think in my mind, it's between the two, a little bit younger, more fresher does. There's a lot of contrasting pieces. I think that the doe that's in her second class, she's really big-legged. She's wide about her chest. She's got some really cool pieces, but I also question once you shear her off, how much true shape is she going to have? She does get a little bit plainer to the touch. The doe that won that, or was second in your first class, maybe one I'd like to tuck up in her chest for a little bit, but she's ultra fresh in her top shape. She's good about her rib. She sets really nice in her hip and her tail head set. One that I really like. I'm going to go ahead and use that one for reserve.
Your reserve champion was Brooklyn Gingrich, and your grand champion was Lainey Schleybaugh. Your grand champion rate of gain winner is Kira Howard. Now entering the ring for Holmes County born market goat, dairy market goats, Matthew Fortune and Trenton Heller.
I think a really nice class of dairy market weathers to start on. This is the county board and raise, and both of these young men out here said they raised each of their own projects, so let's give them a round of applause just for that alone. You know, I think it's super exciting when, you're hearing young people raising their projects, at home, not just going out and buying. I think that's super, something to be commended for. I'm going to go ahead and use the young man that's rocking the mullet to win this division. I think that one, when you go to put your hands on that one, he just feeds with a little more shape behind his shoulder, has a little more meat to him. The young man's going to be reserved, one that has some more growth and performance, maybe a little bit more length of skeleton to him, one that just needs a little more width and dimension to go along with the extra size, but a really nice pair of goats. Congratulations, guys.
Your reserve grand champion Holmes County bred dairy meat goat is Matthew Fortune, and your grand champion Holmes County bred dairy meat goat was Trenton Heller. Now entering the ring for dairy market goats, Kenna Howard, Noah Markle, Kira Howard, Mackenzie Mast, Matthew Fortune, Adrian Stump, Benjamin Forer, Trenton Heller, Alex Pringle, Eva Fiorito, Clark Howard, and Bella Fiorito.
Justice Hendricks. In fourth place, Easton Rayburn. In third place, Madison Pierce Lafferty. In second place, Claire Sethens. And in first place, Tori Bell. Now entering the ring, Pen of Two Ducks, Class 2. Alicia Madison, Joycey Rayburn, Ashton Miller, Bree Pringle, Bree Swanger, William Miller, Carter Yoder, Parker Miller, and Allie Snyder.
Hi, Brad. Oh, you're with me?
As we bring your goats out here, as we bring your market goats out here for your champion top 5, these are the 5 that I pulled out that I like the most. I think the young man that wins, he does so rather handily for a market or for a dairy goat, guys. This one's pretty opened up, wide about his chest. He's got a good rib shape, some length aside. He has some foot and bone at the ground. I think a really nice place to start. Go ahead and give him a big round of applause. I think the young lady that comes out next, again, just in terms of rack shape and some width and dimension over his loin, one that I think has the second most just in terms of muscle mass and shape, a really nice feather. And second, the young lady's coming out in third, one that, you know, again, has some actual fat cover to him and some width and dimension over his rack, some rib and body shape, one that maybe just gets a little bit narrower to the 2 ahead of her, but a really nice market weather. The young man that was your champion county born and raised, this one still has some shape and dimension over his rack, maybe just in terms of size, doesn't quite have the size to match up with the other ones ahead of him, but a nice goat. The young lady that's going to be 5th, this one again just has some more rack shape, maybe some little more width to his loin. It stands a little bit square at the ground. A really great class of dairy market weather, something I commend your county for doing. Not a lot of fairs do dairy market weather, so great job, everyone.
Your placings for dairy market goats: in 5th place, Mackenzie Mass. In 4th place, Trenton Heller. In 3rd place, Eva Fiorito. Your reserve champion was Bella Fiorito, and your grand champion was Alex Pringle. Our judge for today is Kirsten Kemner. Kirsten is from Pemberville, Ohio, and her husband and her race show goats for Kemner Farms. She is part of the 2016 Butler Community College Livestock Judging Team, as well as the 2018 Ohio State Livestock Judging Team. Please welcome Kirsten. Now entering the ring for Holmes County born meat market goats, Melina Fonts, Alicia Madison, Brooklyn Gingrich, Kaylin Crabb, Jesslyn Miller, Harley Madison, and Lainey Schleybaugh.
Guys, I think this is a phenomenal class of county board and breds. I mean, all the breeders here, should be extremely proud of the projects. Even for the two young ladies that, don't quite make the top 5, I'm actually going to talk all 7 because I think they deserve so. Guys, the one that wins for me is this red goat, and he does so pretty easily. That one, when you get your hands on him, he is definitely the freshest over his rack. He's the most expressive about his loin, and he still pieces together with an ultra good look from the side. Nothing to take away from the young lady that's going to be in second. This one's extremely fresh as well. He's good in the groove down his top. He just gets outmanned by the one ahead of him. One that I actually might even like a little bit more in terms of his shoulder and the way he ties his head up. I love his hip and his hind leg set. Just gets out power to the one ahead of us, but a really nice one for reserve. The young lady. The young lady in third, the light-headed weather, that's one that I like a lot, just in terms of his freshness and his rack shape. He's got a good wide chest on him, maybe one I'd like to square out of his hip ever so slightly and tuck up in his chest forward, but a really nice weather in third. The young lady's darker-headed weather that's going to come out next, one that I really like in terms of his footwork. He's big-footed, stout bone, he's really good about his cage. One that gets a little softer to the touch, maybe not quite as fresh, but a really nice weather. And then the young lady coming out in fifth, one that is actually really liking the side with the length of his neck and his profile, one that just maybe gets a little frailer at the ground, not quite as explosive and pulled apart, but a really nice weather in fifth. And the two back here, I want to talk about both real quick. I know that this one's are 6 and 7, but the one in 6 is extremely long and elongated about his head and neck, really good in his chest floor. One I'd like to level up in his top line and just make a little stouter from behind, but a really nice weather. And the young lady's going to be in 7th. Another one that's got a lot of rib and body. He's good at the ground in terms of his bone work, but maybe just needs scouted up. A little more muscle shape for my liking, but a really nice classic County Gordon Reds.
In third place, Parker Miller. In second place, Bree Pringle. And in first place, Alicia Madison. Now in the ring.
In 7th place, Kaylin Crabb. In 6th place, Melina Fonts. In 5th place, Jesselyn Miller. In 4th place, Harley Madison. In 3rd place, Alicia Madison. Your reserve grand champion was Brooklyn Gingrich, and your grand champion was Lainey Schleybaugh.
Sierra Allison, Cameron Hinton, and Lucas Mast.
Now entering the ring for Meat Market Goat, Show Class 1, Megan Miller, Connor Hawksworth, Pryor Troyer, Rowan Hollisek, Jocelyn Varga, Una Hollisek, Claren Varga, Aubrey Olinger, and Avery Stitzline.
This easy as easy.
I thought pigs were.
Huh?
I thought pigs were worse.
Actually, beef is probably worse. Pigs are bad. Pigs smell. You gotta, they attract so many flies. You gotta shovel so much shit. Goats are easy.
They have turkeys over there.
Turkeys are stupid. No, literally, they have no brain whatsoever. Goats, you know, at least they're somewhat smart, and you know, they walk good.
I think this is a really nice class to start off with. We're going to go ahead and use this young lady's weather to win the class. He's by far the one that has the most shape right behind his shoulder. He's good in the turn to his rib, and yet he has some depth back into his twist and stifle. A really heavy muscle, nice one to start off with. Congratulations to her. The young lady's going to come out next. This one has a lot of shape behind his shoulder. He's stout, heavy muscled. One I'd like to maybe make a little cleaner about his shoulder, have him tie in smoother to his blade. But just in terms of muscle shape and expression, I think a nice one to go in second. The young lady that's going to come back in third, this one's probably of the top trio, my favorite in terms of its build. It's really long and extended up front. Still fresh in its rack shape, maybe just not quite as heavy muscled or powerful as the two ahead of him, but a really nice trio that's going to come back. The young lady that's in fourth, this one is really heavy muscled, wide base. One that gets a little more disappointing on the handle, maybe just not quite as fresh and crisp to the touch. And then the young lady in fifth, another one that has some muscle shape, just maybe needs to be a little fresher today. And as you go on down the line, maybe some goats that just need more days on feed in this lightweight division, but a really good class to start your day off with.
In ninth place, Pryor Troyer. In eighth place, Connor Hawksworth. Seventh place, Megan Miller. Sixth place, Rowan Holisek. Fifth place, Una Holisek. Fourth place, Claren Varga. Third place, Aubrey Olinger. Second place, Jocelyn Varga. And in first place, Avery Stitzline. Now entering the ring for Meat Market Goat Class 2, Melina Fonts, Alicia Madison, Zaylee Van Sickle, Nathan Young, Cassidy Holisek, Trinity Cornwell, Brooklyn Gingrich, Hayden Lint, and Gracelyn Bauer. I would like to take a minute to recognize our Junior Fair Board sponsors of the day. The Sheldon family, Brent, Tara, Jenna, and Breck, Lois Fowler, Weaver Leather, Bull Country Compost, and Millersburg Tire. Thank you so much.
a really nice second class of goats that we've got. The young ladies that I'm going to go ahead and have start your class, one that I like an awful lot. Just in terms of the way he's put together, I think he's really nice in the way he patterns up front. He's long and extended in his head and neck. He sets down good at his hip. And then when you get your hands on him, he's one that has a lot of shape behind his shoulder. He's fresh. He handles a lot of width and dimension over his loin. And yet he takes that dimension to the ground. He's big-footed, stout-boned, set square. It's a really nice place to start. The young lady sweater that's going to come out in second, one that I also like in terms of its freshness. I think this is one that, has some freshness to the touch. He's good in the shape. Maybe one that I'd like to clean up about his front end. Maybe one I'd like to see set down a little square out of his hip when he's not propped up like that. But a really nice one to follow. And then the young lady sweater that's going to come back in third, one that, has a lot of shape when you get your hands on him. One that I'd maybe like to change the way he's put together. He gets a little coarser and bolder about his shoulder. I'd like to see him have some more flexibility in his hip and hind leg, but really good about his shape. The young lady here in fourth, one that has some width and dimension to his top, one that I think is a little past 5 o'clock, maybe not quite as fresh to the touch, but one that certainly has some extension up front, one that kind of fodder all day, so I haven't gotten the best look at him, but when he does get propped up, just like he is now, he has some length and extension, one that I just like to be a little firmer, crisper to the touch. And the young man coming out in fifth, one that has some width and dimension about his top, one that I just like to maybe see pieced together a little bit, offer a little more profile look, but a really nice class. Give all these folks a big round of applause.
Your placings for Class 2: in 9th place, Gracelyn Bauer; in 8th place, Melina Fonts; in 7th place, Hayden Lint; in 6th place, Cassidy Holisek; in 5th place, Nathan Young; in 4th place, Alicia Madison; in 3rd place, Zaylee Van Sickle; in 2nd place, Trinity Cornwell; and in 1st place, Brooklyn Gingrich. Now entering the ring for Class 3, Logan Van Sickle, Addison Spencer, Joplin Yoder, Jenna Zimmerly, Kaylin Crabb, Cordell Troyer, Madison Sheets, and Jesselyn Miller.
really nice class we have coming out next. The one that wins, I think, does so easily for me in this class. This one has the most width behind his rack. He carries a great shape down his top. He sets in this really square hip while still being really good about his rib shape. He sets down square at the ground. Just a really logical place to start. The young lady coming out next, this one has some intriguing pieces from the side. This weather has some length and extension up front. He's fresh to the touch. Does not quite as square and stout out of his hip as the one ahead of him, but I think a nice weather to follow in. The young man's weather coming out in third. This one certainly has some touch and tone to him. One that maybe I just like to piece a little bit better together. He gets a little straighter up front, a little coarser about his shoulder, but a really good one in terms of his touch and tone. The young man coming out next in fourth. This one I really like. It's just a practical kind of goat. He's got a good rib shape. He's got some length of body and some shape. Maybe it's a little bit softer to the touch, just not quite as fresh and expressive. And the young lady coming out in fifth, I really like this paint weather from the side. I think he's got some extension, maybe one that just needs some more mass and power to make a play higher, but a nice weather. And then as we go down the line, maybe some more that just need some width, dimension, mass, and power to move up in the class, but a good set of goats.
Your placings for Class 3: in 8th place, Madison Sheets; in 7th place, Joplin Yoder; in 6th place, Addison Spencer; in 5th place, Kaylin Crabb; in 4th place, Cordell Troyer; in 3rd place, Logan Van Sickle; in 2nd place, Jesslyn Miller; and in 1st place, Jenna Zimmerly.
In 5th place, Blake Miller. In 4th place, Bella Fiorito. In 3rd place, Cameron Hinton. In 2nd place, Sierra Allison. And in 1st place, Gabrielle Freeman.
Come on.
Now in the ring, men of 2 ducks, show Class 4. Eva Fiorito.
Now entering the ring for Class 4, Kayla Troyer, Harley Madison, Emily Harework, Emily Olinger, Harper Lint, Lainey Schleybaugh, Billy Patton, and Hayden Smith.
Austin Miller, and Sydney Hawkins.
When we come out here for this heavyweight class, this is, in my opinion, by far the deepest set we've had all day. So if you're back there on the gate, I wouldn't take it too hard, but like there's some pretty incredible goats out here. The young man that I'm going to use to win, not going to lie, I've liked him since he walked into showmanship. This one is so extremely fresh in this rack shape. He has a great pop to his loin, back into his stifle, while still keeping a great look of quality from the side. He carries his width and dimension to the ground, just one that I like an awful lot. The young lady that's going to be in second, one that I also, in the County Born and Raised show, really like, just as how fresh he is and expressive he is in his top and rack shape. One that I'd maybe like to see tie into his shoulder just a little bit smoother, be cleaner fronted, but one that I think, just in terms of touch and tone, best follows your class winner. The young man that's going to be in third, this one is really, within the profile, you like him a lot. He's big-legged, shaggy, one that, has a good presence from the side. One that you get your hands on him, though, just gets a little softer, not quite as fresh and expressive, but a really nice weather in third. And then I was told I could bring back 4 if I wanted, so I'd like this young lady to hang around. I think this was just a really hard class to get in. But this is a weather that's really expressive in his shape. He sets down really square at the ground, a really just nice, complete kind of weather that I'd like to see return later on. And then when we come down into the young lady in fifth, this one I really like from the side in terms of length and extension up front, just gets outpowered by those ahead of them. And then we maybe fall into some condition issues where we, maybe need more time on feet earlier. We were a little past our prime on some of these goats that are coming in, just a little past their due on fat and cover, but a really nice class of wethers.
Your placings for Class 4: in 8th place, Kayla Troyer; in 7th place, Harper Lint; in 6th place, Emily Harrower; in 5th place, Emily Olinger; in 4th place, Harley Madison; in 3rd place, Billy Patton; in 2nd place, Lainey Schleybaugh; and in 1st place, Hayden Smith. Now entering the ring for the Market Goat Final Drive, Jocelyn Barga, Avery Stitzline, Trinity Cornwell, Brooklyn Gingrich, Jenna Zimmerly, Jesselyn Miller, Lainey Schleybaugh, and Hayden Smith.
I think this is an extremely good lineup that we have out here for your final drive with your market goats. I'm not a long speaker, but just a few things. Before we pick a champion, for everybody that's behind the scenes doing the work, give them a round of applause. It takes a lot to put on these shows. It's been really great to work with the youth here today. I think this is a county full of great kids. They've been really polite in the ring all day. They've helped each other out. It's been a really great opportunity to be out here and sort through your goats. I know that there's only probably going to be 2 or maybe 10 of you that are happy with me today, and the rest are going to be upset. And I'll be honest, I stood ringside heartbroken last week, so I get it. But hopefully you can at least see what I picked. and you can understand some of my logic behind my decisions that I've made today. But to get back to the show, I mean, I just think, there's one in my mind that since I saw him this morning, I just think he's awfully, awfully good. He's the biggest back, he's the widest made, and yet he's so good in the way he's put together. Young man's going to be your grand champion. When we come out for your reserve, I think that, there's just one that follows your grand champion in terms of type and kind. That's the young lady's red weather. I think he's just pieces together the most similar. He's still so fresh and good in his shape. You've heard me talk about all of the goats that are going to be out here today, so I'm going to put the mic down and go pick the next 8.
Your final drive results for Meat Goats: in 10th place, Jocelyn Varga; in 9th place, Avery Stitzline; in 8th place, Zaylee Van Sickle; in 7th place, Harley Madison; 6th place, Trinity Cornwell; 5th place, Billy Patton; 4th place, Brooklyn Gingrich; 3rd place, Jenna Zimmerly. Your reserve grand champion was Lainey Schleybaugh, and your grand champion was Hayden Smith.
first place, Ethan Wise. Now in the ring, men of two ducks, show class 5. Brooklyn Troyer, Fletcher Hawkins, Quincy Schneider, Mackenzie Mass, Elise Perry, Xander Krosky, Caitlin Winterborn, Caleb Ganizak, Alexis Jones, and Madeline Shorter.
attributes of Chungus is he's very smart. He catches on to stuff really quickly and easily. He apparently knows sit, shake, lay down, and good boy. That's just a little example. Good boy. He is very athletic, so he loves the agility, and I think that is most definitely probably one of his favorite classes. He is very pretty, and his coat requires constant grooming and care, and he needs to be groomed about once every 4 to 5 weeks, or else he gets overgrown, and it is very hard to brush through. He's very well mannered, and he definitely catches on to his manners really quick, as far as trying to learn a new trick or something. Care for Chungus is pretty simple. He gets 2.5 cups of dog kibble, once in the morning and once at night, and he eats the Purina Pro Brand Performance Dog Blend. And he has unlimited water, obviously. Here, Chungus. He goes outside whenever he wants. He runs around the yard. We have fenced in yard, so he's got to get to do what he wants. Like I said, his grooming is another thing we have to care for to make sure he's not getting matted and his coat is staying fresh and clean. But yeah, that's about care-wise for him. He's an inside dog, so we don't have any outside kennels or anything. He gets to stay in the house and sleep on my bed and have a good time. 5 learning areas that I've kind of picked up on are we are new to this dog showing thing. So I knew nothing about dogs coming into this besides on the veterinary side of things. I knew nothing about showing dogs. We have learned agility, rally, obedience, and showmanship. And I can kind of branch off each of those. Agility, basically, they set out a course of some tricks and stuff that your dog has to perform. And it is a timed event and they score you by points. And I think that is probably definitely Chungus's favorite event because he gets to run and play. And it's probably my favorite event because I like the fun stuff. Rally is where they set up a bunch of signs with commands on them, and you have to complete the course with the commands, and then the judge will judge you and the dog, and how well you do the commands. Obedience is pretty obvious. Obedience, you're just it's basically how well your dog listens to you, basically how well they can take the sit command, or how well they heel on a leash, or even they can do off-leash commands, if they're on-leash commands, all of your good training stuff and aspects. In showmanship, we have learned how to stack our dog, which for those of you who don't know, stacking is a term used for setting up our dogs. So basically you're going to want to have your dog stand up like this. You're going to want to have them stand up, and then basically you're going to want their front feet kind of square, and then their back feet square as well. And then you're going to want to kind of hold their head up so the judge can get a good look. And as far as showmanship, you will be trotting around the arena, and after your course is complete and the judge examines your dog, you return back to the line and await results. So that was my presentation for my market exhibitor dog video. Hope you guys enjoyed it and have a good day.
I'm getting stomachache. You want it?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Oh, that was nice, man. Yeah, I'll take it. He'll take it.
Okay, in this last class, we kind of slowed down. We had about 3 pair of birds in this end class. I didn't quite have the patience. The ones in the middle class, I thought were a great combination. A lot of dress meat on them. But we went up to the top 3, and then it narrowed down to 2. And the young man in the third had one bird, probably the best bird so far in the class today. Had to show one single bird. The second lady, not too far behind it. That's a very good set of birds up at the far end. I put my hand on the side of that dress, and I want to meet. Hustle. Somebody will probably ask me a crazy question. Why am I letting a student give her a bird? Like, oh, we get in the show, this is an invitation for you. There is no other information to show. I want the exhibitors to know what I'm doing, how I'm selecting, and maybe you get another judge next year, they'll come along with the same thing. You know, you do that next year. But anyway, I want each of you in the class to know how we're doing this. I want the parents to know. That's why you do that. Secondly, I'm just curious.
Where'd your friends go?
Raise your hand at work.
Where'd your friends go?
Has any of you in this room had a good time so far today? Raise your hand and get it. Bingo. That's my goal.
An announcement from the office. With whoever owns the Chevy truck with license plate 520ZED, please move your truck from the back of the beef barn. Thank you. fifth place, Madeline Troyer. In fourth place, Fletcher Hawkins. In third place, Alexis Jones. In second place, Xander Krosky. And in first place, Quincy Schneider. Now chilling in the ring, Marisa Miller, Kaylin Williams, Carter Spar, Rebecca Miller, Trenton Heller, Keegan Houle, Jake Lennington, Gavin Schneider, and Quentin Beers.
performance compared to kids. I have learned space class patterns, pleasure patterns, and a trick that makes you accomplish cycles. Thank you.
classes down here, we had three that didn't quite have the finish on them. Then we went from 3, 7. Where they had good beat on them, where they had good finish. Then we got down to the top 2. We got the top 2, and once I handled the first place bird, great big gap between the first and second.
I'm gonna go first though, and you're scared of heights.
On the side of the breast, carry back on my head. That's why you put the first and top. Already talked to the young lady, second lady, she's gonna be looking for him to win. So she can be right in the top.
In 5th place, Marissa Miller. In 4th place, Carter Spar. In 3rd place, Rebecca Miller. In 2nd place, Keegan Poole. And in 1st place, Gavin Schneider. Now in the ring, Pen of 2 Ducks, Show Class 7. Malia Lennington, Christopher Williams, Gabby Yates, Gabriella Spar, Aubrey Schneider, Gabrielle Troyer, Finn Schneider, Harley Madison, and Mackenzie Miller.
You gone? You leaving?
Fifth place, Gabby Yates. Fourth place, Mackenzie Miller. Third place, Harley Madison. Second place, Finn Schneider. First place, Aubrey Schneider.
Did you place anything else?
I was supposed to, but I think I messed up.
Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, now in the ring is the Pen of Two Ducks final drive.
Kind of. So does Spearman. Everyone loves Spearman. Yeah, but they're only super cool. At least, keep them up for one of them.
What was fun about it? Like when coach would do it,
What the heck, Parker? You know my goal. What the hell?
In our championship ride, we have two cars for us, first and second grand reserve. Later found out that we had the same kind of speed, had the same better, everything was the same. No wonder we were playing. As he went down through the class, third through 10, I had to feel the rest of the on development. I had to feel the drumstick overall lead. Kind of placed accordingly. Some of you may have been third place in the class, but third place is not the class. Third through 10. Thank you very much.
In 10th place, Claire Seconds. In 9th place, Victoria Bell. In 8th place, Licia Madison. In 7th place, Finn Schneider. In 6th place, Ethan Wise. In 5th place, Gabby Freeman. In 4th place, Keegan Uhl. In 3rd place, Quincy Schneider. And your Grand Reserve champion goes to Aubrey Schneider, and your Grand Champion goes to Gavin Schneider. Entering the ring, senior turkey showmanship. Easton Poole, Kaylin Williams, Brady Pringle, Logan Horn, Grady Hawkins, Casey Ogie, Annabelle Thompson, Liberty Hendricks, Quentin Veers, Malia Lennington, Christopher Williams, Trey Baker, Carson Horn, Alexis Wagers, and Keegan Uhl.
I'm gonna pin him in a hall pen and
My name is Lucas Smith. I'm 14, and I'm in the National Mystery Harvesting 4-H Club. I've been in 4-H for 5 years, and this is my third year taking my dairy/tag team. Last year, I placed Grand Champion for Inno and Grand Champion for my pack coat. This year, I'm hoping to do the same again. My goat's best attribute is how much milk we get from her in a day, 1.5 gallons, and how well she walks on rough terrain. Sadly, this will be her last year showing at the Holmes tennis fair. My goat has a long body and is level on her top line. She moves very well and is very calm around other goats. She has a very long barrel and unique coloring for her breed. She's very good at walking on rough terrain, with almost no problem getting across obstacles with weight. She doesn't need work not getting distracted while walking. It has only happened a couple times at home, but still needs work. All of our goats have a pasture field and a little barn for shelter. We use walnut hill feed for our feed for all of our animals. They always have hay, food, and water. They have a big water trough that is always filled with fresh, cool water. There's also a hay mouth. We always have hay during this project. I've learned how to milk and become more proficient at milking them. I've also learned that dairy goats are pregnant for 150 days. One seed is 4 kids a year. I've also learned that goats have 4 compartment stomachs especially designed to digest food and high fiber, such as grass, hay, and soil. Thank you for watching my OBE presentation.
Hello, my name is Calvin Pendlebury. I'm 14 years old and this is my 6th year in 4-H and my 4th year showing goats. I'm in the Holmes County Hook and Hide 4-H Club. This year I've leased my cousin's meat breeding goat. That doesn't mean she'll be sold at sale. It means she is bred to produce a market product if she kids a buck. Her buck will most likely be turned into wether and be sold as a market animal. Betty Boop, my doe, is a boar, a breed known for heavy muscle production. She is mostly white with a red head, which is typical for the breed. She is sired by Keep Swinging and was born on January 3rd, 2024. It is important to know the line of breeding with your show animals to avoid inbreeding and to prevent defects you may run into down the bloodline. Line breeding is also a good way to have more assurance that you have a good kid crop.
You forgot to stand.
The better genes, the better crop is the idea. I work with Betty a couple of times a week. This way we can both get used to our own styles and how to work with each other. Putting the time in and working with your animal is also a great way to work out the kinks you otherwise might be having in a show ring. Animals do have bad days, but working a lot with them will cut back on those bad days. They ultimately will know what to do in the show ring when you handle them frequently. Betty has a nice build to her. She has a nice level top and a nice length in the hip. She is long-bodied and has a nice full rib that carries all the way through her. She has that nice clean female look to her up front. I do wish she came out of her shoulder into the neck a little bit longer. That would help her look a little more feminine. The body length and angles of her hip and shoulder help her to have a nice smooth look to her when she is on the move. She's a good doe and will have a good kid crop someday. Goat requires six essential nutrients for the rapid growth rate. They need to have carbohydrates, fats, proteins, vitamins, and minerals. Water is obviously the most important nutrient for any species. We feed Betty a complete feed of corn, oats, barley, and soybean hulls for carbs. A protein content of 16%, and calcium, magnesium, phosphorus, and potassium for strong teeth and bones. And all the major vitamins are required for growth and reproduction. Goats are ruminant animals like cows. They have 4 parts to the stomach to break down their feed and hay. The rumen, which is the largest part of their stomach, is a large fermentation vat that can hold about 6 gallons of material. All the good bacteria and other microorganisms live in the rumen and break down feed. This is also where they store their cud. The next part is the reticulum. This part works with the rumen and is honeycomb shaped. It acts as a filter for feed products that need to be broken down. The omasum is the third part. It's layered like leaves or pages in a book. And finally, the abomasum. It is very similar to our stomachs. It produces and secretes digestive enzymes and acids to break down the feed and nutrients we need in our bodies.
Testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2.
Hey, where's that ball I
Hello.
My name is Brillen Burgett. I'm 13 years old. I'm in 4-H for 4 years, and I'm part of the Ripley Universe 4-H Club, and I show market hogs. These are my 2 market hogs. This is Vera and this is Dan. They're both crossbreeds. This is J-Rod. He is a barrow, and he has a very good top, but his hand makes him less desirable. This is Anne. She's a gilt. Her structure is very good, but she is very hard to keep clean because she's a very light baby. This is the feed we use. It's called Sunblow 16. They get 6 tons a day divided into 2 sections. This is their hog barn. I'll take you inside if you want. For bedding, we use mixed bedders. This is our pens. This pen is, the dimensions are 7 feet by 8 feet, and this one is 8 feet by 8 feet. And we use hogs over there that are automatic. This is our wash hog. We have hot and cold, and these are all.
Alright, I'm gonna look back here behind the bleachers.
Hello, my name is Alicia Felix. I'm from Western Holmes County 4-H. I'm 17 years old. This is my 5th year in 4-H, and I am taking the Breeding Rabbit project this year. One is a Holland Loft, which is super popular in the United States and the UK. It's one of the smallest breeds that exist. They have long, floppy ears and are generally very lovey creatures. Holland Lofts can make really good pets, especially for young kids. One of the best things about my rabbit Blue is that he just has a great love for people, and on top of all of that, he just really has a gentle nature, which is a big thing with Holland Lofts.
One of the best attributes about Blue is his head shape. A lot of judges have told me in the past that his broad head is just the right size for his breed standards. One of the struggles with Blue is his stance. According to ARBA standards, he should be a compact type. Here you can see he is sitting in more of a commercial stance. We can get him to sit right, it's just not his natural stance.
As for all animals, you should always have clean, fresh water for your rabbit. Other things that they should have include things like hay or clean, fresh food pellets daily.
You should also clean your rabbit often because if you don't, it'll either A, smell bad, or with boys, it'll leave a rub, which is a yellow stain on the bottom of their feet, which is very common in white rabbits. When it comes to housing for a rabbit, they should always have enough adequate space so that way they aren't touching their food, their water, or any of the sides of their cages when they decide they want to lay down, but they also have enough room to move around. Along with being inside your cage, your rabbit should have a cooling or a resting mat so that way they're not always in contact with the cage, because if they are always in contact with the metal wires, it could cause sore hops, which isn't really a disease, but it can lead to an infection. When it comes to treating your rabbit, you can give them a treat every once in a while, just not too much so they get used to it or they get a little too overweight. Cheerios are a good source of treats. My rabbits love them. It's very popular in my house. You can also give them romaine lettuce. You shouldn't give them iceberg lettuce. It backs up their system and it could cause a lot of constipation, which could be deadly for a rabbit. One of the new things that I've learned this project year is a new body stance for rabbits, especially in Holland Lofts and in Netherlands.
This photo here is a great example of a high head mount where the rabbit's head is high on its body. You may also notice that there is no light showing between the front and the back legs, which is also good for its standards.
Another new thing that I learned this year is that there are 21 different colors noticed through ARBA with Holland Lofts. These include orange, cream, frosty, black pork, chocolate pork, blue-eyed white, which is my personal favorite. I think those are beautiful. And then there's also magpie and moth. Another thing that I learned this year in researching my topic of interest is that these rabbits, this breed specifically, Holland Lofts, they just love to play. They're very high active. They like cat toys, which is a new thing that I also learned. It's super sweet to watch them play. They're very lovey creatures. They enjoy having fun.
To conclude my project, I just want to leave a couple things here just to finish. The first thing would be is they might not be super easy to work with, but they're still such adorable creatures, and in the end, it's really worth it. You must also remember that rabbits are a creature of prey, and you have to make sure that you are constantly taking care of them, but also being gentle with them in order to not spook them.
Thank you for watching my video. I'm really excited for Holmes County Fair 2024. Bye!
Hello, my name is Jerry Farrell. I am 16 years old, and I'm a member of the National Monthly Harvester Forage. I've been taking forage for 7 years, and in all these 7 years, I've been taking to be a market plan. Today, I'm going to talk to you about my market plan. This bunny has great traits for not only the muscle side of the project, but also the breeding side. The first trait that immediately catches the eye is how well the 4 quarters meets down to the head. This continues down and touches. Another great quality is the density of the fur makes this bunny a strong attribute for the breed. Also, the fur is great to use for market. Whether you use it for clothes or lures and for fishing, it's great. Next, I would go with this rabbit's flesh connection. The amount of meat on this bunny is desirable, specifically the breeding type of rabbit. This will make it so she can perform her gestation period without suffering. This will also make it fat so that she does not suffer from being too thin and trying to be overweight. Hello, my name is Joel Taylor. I am 16 years old, and I'm a member.
A new nonprofit organization has been formed with the primary goal being to give back to the 4-H and FFA members throughout the year. Holmes County Roots has been established to support scholarships for college and trade school, fund academic programs in schools related to agriculture, and help offset the cost of youth going to 4-H camps. If you would like to support this organization, they are selling meat raffle tickets. Tickets are $10 for one or $50 for 6. You will have a chance of winning one of 6 $250 meat bundles and a Yeti cooler. Tickets can be purchased in the secretary's office.
For the senior showmanship, I always expect everybody to the answers most. Just a couple quick things. I asked the question. Mayor has a poll. Turkey has a poll. P-O-U-L-T. Not P-U-L. Then we're going to talk different words and words. We have some ties. First thing I look at the ties were here the previous word. That's the person who got the higher places. Got down to first and second place, so what I did, film artist and a very good film artist, I had a picture. Two meat turkeys. Two breeds of the primary meat dressed up on fancy. The first one had the white feather, double, black dressed in white. The second one, B. I take the question, I call one of the last things. Congratulations. Here are the six places.
In 10th place, Grady Hawkins. In 9th place, Kaylin Williams. In 8th place, Quentin Veers. In 7th place, Liberty Hendricks. second place, Annabelle Thompson. That would be your Grand Reserve champion for the senior class. And your Grand Champion for senior showmanship goes to Alexis Wagers.
Our judge for the day is Matthew Cheney, who comes to us from Columbus, Ohio. In undergrad, Matthew was on the judging teams at both Hutchinson Community College in Kansas and South Dakota State University, where he would have wrapped up his collegiate career as a high individual in sheep and goats at Nail on the 3rd High team. This past summer, Matthew presented his master's in lamb meat quality at North Dakota State University before he accepted the head coaching role at the Ohio State University, where he currently is coaching the livestock judging team. Let's give our judge a round of applause. Our other judge for today is Hayden Johnson from Richmond, Ohio, where he grew up showing sheep, pigs, and chickens. He's going into his final year at the Ohio State University, majoring in animal science and minoring in ag business. In his time at Ohio State, Hayden has been the vice president of the Saddle and Sirloin Club and is currently on the livestock judging team. Let's give him a round of applause. Now entering the ring, Senior Showmanship Class 1, Emily Brenner, Madison Pierce Lafferty, Sophia Stitzline, Nevaeh Bright, Rhett Hendricks, Jesselyn Miller, Benjamin Vion, Chloe Patton, Blake Patterson, and Lily Klink. Just a reminder, per Holmes County Fair rules, there should be no coaching coming from outside of the ring. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's going to be an exciting day here. I brought one of the kids there with me there on the 2024 judging team to kind of help out there on the showmanship side and when we get into the market and breeding shows as well. So it's going to be an exciting day, not only from kind of our standpoint, but I think from your guys' standpoint as well. Went ahead and kept back 5 here out of the first seed on the seniors, and I think 5 showmen that did a very deserving job in terms of being efficient, in terms of being collected, keeping their neck and heads there where they need to be there in kind of an appropriate manner. Talk to each of these kids directly in front of me that we're going to send back to the pens. In terms of a few things we can kind of tweak in terms of some hand placement, in terms of getting low enough, getting a proper brace on those sheep. But let's go ahead and congratulate each of these kids in the show ring right now as we go ahead and send them back and bring in the second heat.
Returning for sheep senior showmanship final drive: Emily Brenner, Madison Pierce Lafferty, Nevaeh Bright, Chloe Patton, and Blake Patterson. Now entering the ring, sheep senior showmanship class 2. Roland Hendricks, Lydia Vion, Billy Patton, Taylor Patterson, Austin Bernhardt, Jarrett Schaefer, Cody Gingrich, Eva Schmucker, and Caitlin Winterborn.
as we go ahead and kind of drop in that second heat of senior showman that we had. Kept back 5, so we got a 10 to kind of work through here in a second. But talk to each of the kids here directly in front of me about a few things we could probably tweak or change within their showmanship style. For this particular guy here in the center, I like us to be real light on our hands, just kind of real easy. Typically the thing is that if somebody's got you by the head or got you by the ears, you don't want them to have a tight, real strong grip. So if we are relaxed on our hands, we get a little bit more, those sheep work a little bit more for us. They relax a little bit more. That's probably the biggest thing I could probably give these young kids as they go ahead and exit the ring. But let's put our hands together. Let's show them some encouragement for all the hard work they spent this summer.
Returning for senior showmanship final drive. Lydia Vion, Billy Patton, Taylor Patterson, Cody Gingrich, and Caitlin Winterborn. Now entering the ring for senior showmanship final drive. Emily Brenner, Madison Pierce Lafferty, Nevaeh Bright, Chloe Patton, Blake Patterson, Lydia Vion, Billy Patton, Taylor Patterson, Cody Gingrich, and Caitlin Winterborn.
I'll tell you what, I think a fun group to kind of sit back and evaluate in terms of different types of some showmanship styles that we got out here. Nothing to take away from those there in 6 through 10. I thought those individuals did a very deserving job as well. Just a couple minute differences in terms of how we prop those up from an efficiency standpoint, in terms of showcasing and kind of getting down and underneath of those ones to kind of get them to drive into you. I think there's one thing to do, and it's relatively easy, and that's to find the young lady to go ahead and start. I think in terms of being a good showman there on the front end of that one, you make things look as easy and effortless as possible, yet you come back with the right kind of intensity and competitive nature. You do a good job in terms of feet placement, making sure that one's head and neck is always up and kind of perpendicular with that one's kind of vertebral column. The young lady there in second does an extremely nice job too in terms of getting that one just naturally just drive and kind of engage into her. Does a very nice job in terms of feet placement. Gets a little bit more stretched maybe in terms of a showmanship style, but also very light and soft there on your hands when you kind of get that one's head and neck up, keeping that one's muzzle down. The young lady in third does a very nice job as well, and is always kind of amongst that top trio of them. Unfortunately, we get a little bit harder and a little bit tougher there on our hands. In terms of just the way we kind of grip that one, in terms of his lower jaw and behind his head, we can be a little bit more relaxed there. The young man's coming out there in fourth does a nice job in terms of getting this one presented and shown for us out here today. In terms of just getting that same kind of just drive, that same kind of push there out of his weather. That one kind of wants to fight him a little bit more. And a couple more times, we kind of keep his head and neck maybe a little bit off to the side, so his spine wants to kick out a little bit more. If we can keep that all in a line, he can certainly work his way up. But a good showman there within that young man. The kid going to be fifth for us here on the senior side of things. Does a nice job in terms of feet placement and getting low on that one. We just kind of need to change our grip around a little bit more in terms of the way we kind of grip and handle the backside of that one's head and neck. If we just soften our grip a little bit more, we can certainly find your way up there towards the top. 6 and 7 do a nice job. A little bit more consistency in terms of feet placement and footwork. Young lady in 7 does a nice job getting a brace when you cock that one's head and neck there a little bit further back to kind of keep that one at a 90-degree angle. Nice job in terms of feet placement and consistency. And the young lady there with the Dorset sheet, we just need to do a better job and rotate our bodies around the front of that one to get a little bit of a harder brace and more push and impact there out of that one. Young man, and that's going to be 9, does a nice job getting that one stretched and braced. Sometimes a little bit feet are off at times and spine wants to work up. And then the young lady that's going to round us out does a nice job as well. Just need to kind of make sure those feet are where it needs to be. But let's put our hands together for each of those kids. The top 5 is extremely good.
In 10th place, Caitlin Winterborn. 9th, Blake Patterson. 8th, Lydia Vion. 7th, Emily Brenner. 6th, Nevaeh Bright. 5th, Cody Gingrich. 4th, Billy Patton. 3rd, Madison Pierce Lafferty. And your reserve grand champion senior showman was Taylor Patterson. And your grand champion senior showman was Chloe Patton. Now in the ring for intermediate sheep showmanship, Claire Seffens, Melina Fonts, Chloe Schaefer, Caitlin Klink, Courtney Kreider, Derek Coleman, Reed Coleman, Caleb White, and Owen Schmucker.
A really nice class, intermediate showman here. I'd just like to start out by thanking Matthew Cheney for bringing me along today. Really gives me a good first experience out here at the Holmes County Fair. Starting out on the kids, we've got 5 really good showmen, 9 overall here in the intermediate division. But this kid that I have starting out first, he's always on it. Got that lamb stuck, head and neck right where you want it to be, and really light on his head, keeping his ears up, and feet are always in the right place. Does an awesome job. Moving on to this second place, it was really close. Had to get them around one more time. They both were really good at getting around their lambs, knowing where I'm at in the ring. It's just there were a few times that I just wanted the head and neck on that blue sheep to be a little bit more straight up and in line with its spine, but still an awesome second place showman here. Third place, she had a little bit more of a fight with the lamb, and he didn't want to cooperate all the time, but she always knew where I was and knew where she wanted to have that lamb. Just keep those feet placed a little bit better and you'll be able to move right up there with the top of them. Then moving on down to here to fourth, the Brockle face, he just didn't want to cooperate quite as well for him, but he always knew where I was at, knew where he wanted to be. Just wish he could keep his neck a little bit more at a 90-degree angle and keep on top of that lamb. Again, nice job. And then to round out the top 5, we have one that the lamb just didn't want to be there. He knew where I was at. It's just whenever I was coming up to handle the lamb, sometimes his lamb would step out of place and just didn't have the feet set quite where I wanted them to be. Still, good job. Coming down into our 6th place, again, that Katahdin lamb just didn't quite want to cooperate. That's what it comes down to, but he did a really nice job of knowing where I'm at and keeping on top of him. Again, in 7th, the lamb just didn't quite want to be here today, but you'll have that here. Still, the young lady did a very nice job. In our 8th and 9th, the lambs, again, didn't quite want to cooperate, but still a lot of good coming out of them, keeping on top of the lamb and keeping their feet set. If they just weren't so jittery out here, might be able to move up more. Really nice class. Please give them a round of applause.
Intermediate sheep showmanship results are: in 9th, Courtney Kreider; 8th, Chloe Schaefer; 7th, Claire Seffens; 6th, Caleb White; 5th, Owen Schmucker; Fourth, Reed Coleman. Third, Melina Fonts. And your reserve champion intermediate showman is Caitlin Klink. And your grand champion intermediate showman is Derek Coleman. Now entering the ring for junior showmanship class 1. Avery Stitzline, Miley Mosier, James Krosky, Phoebe Vion, Chloe Vion, and Caitlin Coleman.
It was a nice first heat of junior showmanship, and we're going to end up bringing all 6 back for the final drive with them all. They all did an awesome job keeping their land set, keeping an eye on me and knowing where I'm at, keeping the land between me and them, and did an awesome job. Give them all a round of applause, please. And they'll be coming back for the final junior showmanship drive.
Returning for junior showmanship final drive, Miley Mosier, James Krosky, Phoebe Vion, Chloe Vion, Caitlin Coleman, and Avery Stitzline. Now entering the ring for junior showmanship class 2. Rebecca Vion, Matthew Lay, Briggs Patterson, Cash Fry, Benjamin Sprang, and Addison Miller.
In 7th place, Dahlia Summers. In 6th place, Evan Carrick. In 5th place, Jake Lennington. In 4th place, Lucas Max. In 3rd place, Everett Gould. In 2nd place, Natalie Lint. And in 1st place, Grayson Gould.
And here in our second heat of junior showmanship,
Now
another
entering the ring, junior turkey showmanship.
another good set of showmen out here. Again, we're gonna have all 6 of them come back for the junior drive here in a second, and love to see what they have then. Thank you. Give them a round of applause.
Returning for junior showmanship final drive, Rebecca Vion, Matthew Lay, Briggs Patterson, Cash Fry, Benjamin Sprang, and Addison Miller. Now entering the ring for junior showmanship final drive, Miley Mosier, James Krosky, Phoebe Vion, Chloe Vion, Caitlin Coleman, Avery Stitzline, Rebecca Vion, Matthew Lay, Briggs Patterson, Cash Fry, Benjamin Sprang, and Addison Miller.
You say dang it?
heck of a group of junior showmen here. It's nice to see so many good showmen at such a young age. Hope they all really stick with it. But getting into the class, this girl in the orange shirt, she always has that lame stuck right where it needs to be. It's a little bit of the smaller ones, and they seem to be a little bit meaner tempered, but she always has that lamb right where I want it to be. She's smoothest in her transitions, really can get that lamb to get around and go for me, and that's why I have her first today. I will say it was really tough between her and second place, but getting down to the end, this weather wanted to step out for this girl right at the wrong time, and that's kind of the only big breaking point between the two of them. The lamb has really stood good for her today. Just coming down to those little things near the end is really the tough part. Down into third, she had the lamb walking really good, always had the lamb set. It's just whenever she wanted to get into the brace, he kind of would pull back on her, wouldn't really push in like you need him to, but still an awesome job. And if it wasn't for those little things, she could really move up to those top three. Into the fourth, I talked to him before I placed him. He's always the first person to give me that front view and can really get into a brace. But on that front view, he lets that head and neck drop just a little bit. And we want to keep that head and neck kind of at a 90-degree angle. And that's really the breaking point there. But still a very nice job. Down into fifth, the young man does an awesome job getting him set, keeping his head and neck up. It's just that lamb likes to step its two front feet together when he's got him on that side view. But still an awesome job. Going down in 6th through 12th, all these kids did a great job. There are just a couple things, like this lady in 6th, the lamb wanted to pull on her on the move, and she didn't quite keep that spine in line like I really want her to, but she was always on top of me and knew where I was at in the ring. Same with the young man in 7th. Did an awesome job, really showing off the good parts of that lamb, but there were a few times where his feet just weren't set right and wasn't quite in the right place. And then these girls on down did an awesome job. Lambs just didn't want to cooperate quite right towards the end, and it is a hot one out here, but still an awesome job all the way down through. Give them a round of applause, please.
In 10th place, Phoebe Vion. In 9th, Avery Stitzline. 8th, Chloe Vion. 7th, Benjamin Sprang. 6th, Addison Miller. 5th, Briggs Patterson. 4th, James Krosky. 3rd, Miley Mosier. 2nd, Caitlin Coleman. And 1st, Rebecca Vion. We will be taking a 5-minute break before continuing with our market classes. Oh, sorry, we're doing Supreme Showmanship now. Now entering the ring for Supreme Showmanship, Derek Coleman, Chloe Patton, and Rebecca Vion.
Well, first off, I know kind of the two different judge thing, there for a second there on the showmanship might have threw a lot of your all's heads off for a second there, but I want to take the moment to show you guys that, I appreciate it. Kind of Hayden's first show out. Want to give him an opportunity to kind of get comfortable there on the mic at times. And, I appreciate, his willingness to drive to jump in here with me and kind of sort through there on the intermediate and the junior side of things. We'll go ahead and bring back each of those champions there out of those respective divisions. I think it kind of boils into a two-horse race. Nothing to take anything away from the one that gets left out of it. But in terms of just quickness, efficiency, getting low, getting those sheep to drive up into you, and then being correct and comfortable there in terms of the head and kind of muzzle placement. I think there's one that is an extremely good job. I'm going to put the mic down and show you the one I like the best here. It's going to be our master showman. But let's go ahead and put our hands together for each of these kids one last time.
Your Supreme Sheep Showman is Chloe Patton. Let's give them all a round of applause. We'll now be taking a 5-minute break.
Now entering the ring, Senior Duck Showmanship, Quentin Veers, Kaylin Williams, Malia Lennington, Gabby Yates, Christopher Williams, Cornell Troyer, Ethan Wise, Mackenzie Mast, and Keegan Newell.
We will start with Spring Ewe Lamb Class 1 in about 2 minutes. Carol Cheney, please come to the podium. Carol Cheney, please come to the podium. Now entering the ring, Spring Ewe Class 1. Avery Stitzline, Caitlin Coleman, Chloe Patton, Courtney Kreider, Taylor Patterson, and Jess Miller and Reed Coleman.
What good way to go ahead and start off on the Springborn ewe side of things for the breeding sheep show and the young man sheep that's going to start. I think in terms of one being real stout and opened up, yet still kind of creasy when you get up on top, the top side of the skeleton of this thing. I think when we get this one drive and the underline starts to piece together a little bit better, I will say she's probably not the kind of the wildest in terms of maybe that one's rear leg set, and if we had to tweak one in any area, we probably can relax her a little bit there. But I think a very nice, high-quality sheep to lead off with. The young lady's blue sheep there in second. I think it's a sheep that's kind of a bit sporty there in terms of that. Maybe that one's skinniness of neck, that one's just kind of smoothness and flatness of shoulder. We get off to the side of that one. I think that one's body shape is very appropriate. That one's hind leg gets a little bit sharper, a little bit more permanent in terms of that one's just rear leg set. But I think a sheep that's body shape, pin width, and spread is very appropriate. The sheep there in third I like in terms of being one that runs uphill, being a bit taller, fronted up there. The young lady does a very good job getting that one set up and stuck for us. When I start to break that sheep down and start to poke a little bit more holes in that one, I think that sheep breeds a bit more rigid, or not necessarily as neat there in terms of that one's just stoutness out of that one's blade system. That one's rear leg gets a bit more frailer, and that one's upper hip we could just open up ever so slightly. The young lady does a very good job getting that one stuck and presented. The sheep there in fourth is another nice sheep in terms of one from a maturity standpoint might not necessarily rival the few of the other ones that we had there in the top trio, but that sheep is good in terms of its lines. That sheep is genuine as you start to read that one from that one's upper hip back. I think in relation to the sheep that sits to the left of her, yeah, that sheep is smaller, but pound for pound, that is the better one. The sheep there in fifth is going to round us out there on the top five. The young lady's blue sheep, no question, is a larger outline, bigger patterned one. Unfortunately, that one gets a bit too narrow there in terms of that one's just chest view coming at you. That one's hip is what wants to deviate the most. Let's put our hands together for those 5 kids there on the top end of this class.
Coming back from Class 1, Caitlin Coleman, Chloe Patton, and Reed Coleman.
think, a fun class to kind of get behind and start to kind of piece these sheep together there. And I think the sheep that wins is the sheep that, in terms of having some kind of out there pieces, in terms of body shape, kind of that one just neck set and looseness of skeleton out of that one's front half is very, very nice. I think that sheep is short backed and big shaped and groovy in terms of that one's just muscle tight. She does work out of a little bit of a shorter hip, and her rear leg set reads a bit more permanent in her. But I think that's a good skin, kind of a cool little made one there in terms of that one's front half. The young lady sheep there that's going to be second, that blue is one that I like in terms of that one's just top line levelness. I like the way that sheep's kind of shoulder lays into her. I wish we could pick her up a little bit more in terms of her neck set. And then, we got a little bit more, I think, from a maturity standpoint, that she just doesn't, read as soft right there in terms of her lower body feel and her lower body balance there from the side. The young lady does a nice job kind of getting into that one, propping that one up to run up into her. The young man's got just kind of a whale of a brood ewe that's going to be third. That thing's big bodied and big backed and stout. There's no question about that. For a guy that probably picks him a little bit shallower than most, that one gets a bit deeper in terms of that one's just kind of front half. She reads a bit more plain in the way she blends right there in terms of that one's body wall, right in behind her forehead. But I think a sheep has got a lot of just brood ewe characteristics about her that certainly makes the case because of those. The young lady sheep that's going to be fourth is a big-footed, stout-featured, kind of a heavy-duty type of a ewe. A sheep that gets probably the softest there in terms of that one's touch of the top four. If we can just kind of freshen that one up over her body wall, widen her in terms of her upper hip, and just kind of give her a little bit more progression of width, I think can certainly help her. You got a big kind of raw, hard-muscled, kind of a big-shaped one that's going to round us out there on the top five. One that gets a bit too deep-chested there up front. One that's flank line reads a little bit more off balance. The sheep there in six is a sheep that I think is a nice and appropriate in terms of its skeleton. The sheep that could be stouter in terms of that one's just feature underneath, and softer in there in terms of that one's midrib and body. Kind of a really long-bodied, extended one that's kind of a big in terms of that one's scale and pattern. We just need to widen that one out kind of from each and every angle. But let's put our hands together for those 7 kids, if you don't mind.
Returning from Class 2, Sophia Stitzline, Caitlin Klink, and Derek Coleman. Now entering the ring, Reed Coleman, Taylor Patterson, Caitlin Coleman, Sophia Stitzline, Caitlin Klink, and Derek Coleman.
Two classes there on the kind of springborn youth side of things, and I think that it certainly makes things a bit closer there once we get a few of our class winners back or sup in and start to look at our seconds and even our thirds out here. I think all are certainly good sheep and offer plenty of use there within any respective breeding program there that you might take them back to. I think it really boils into our class winners here in terms of maybe that grain and reserve side of things, in terms of what they represent out here, in terms of body shapes, kind of some spread there in terms of some upper hip width, yet still being balanced and appropriate there enough in terms of their skeleton. I think those sheep offer a lot of give and take. For me, there's one that I think is a bit better there in terms of that one's loin edge and the way they hook up there in terms of their lower body balance. I'm going to put the mic down, show you the two I like the best, and then we'll go ahead and pull a third, fourth, and fifth. But let's go ahead and give a round of applause to each of these kids out of the first two classes.
Fifth place Spring Ewe Lamb goes to Caitlin Klink. Fourth, Taylor Patterson. Third, Caitlin Coleman. Second, Sophia Stitzline. And first, Reed Coleman. Now entering the ring for Fall Ewe Lamb: Avery Stitzline, Miley Mosier, Jesslyn Miller, Lily Klink, Derek Coleman, Sophia Stitzline, Reed Coleman, and Caitlin Coleman.
sixth place, Mackenzie Mast. In fifth place, Kaylin Williams. In fourth place, Keegan Uhl. In third place, Christopher Williams. In second place, Malia Lennington. And in first place, Gabby Yates. Entering the ring, intermediate showmanship, duck showmanship that is, Emily Wise, Lucas Mass, Connor Allison, Cheyenne Pierce, Reese Lincoln, Kayla Schroeder, Victoria Bell, Sierra Allison, and
I think a very fun and kind of an exciting group there in terms of breed differences, and I'm probably a little bit more harsher on a few of the crossbreds than might have initially anticipated, but when you got good breed sheep, why not tie into them and certainly appreciate them for what they bring to the table. And really it's kind of a two-horse race there on top between maybe the young man's Dorset Advantage sheep and the young lady's Lincoln there to tee off with. And I think that Lincoln, in terms of one that's extremely appropriate in terms of its build quality, a sheep that you still get on top of, has plenty of width and spread to her. I love that one in terms of that one's just kind of tightness of lock. I like that one in terms of its fleece quality as well. I think the young lady does a nice job getting that one's front end kind of shown out of her. That's a kind of a tall-fronted, good framed one. There's a young man's Dorset Advantage sheep from the outside looking in. That one's good in terms of his lines. That one's very stout and bold in terms of that one's body shape and style. I like that sheep up on the standstill. Where I start to get critical of that one for having a little bit more black face in her is I wish we could just stouten that one up and make that one a little bit square and more, I guess better in terms of that one's just rear leg movement when we get that sheep out and study that one in motion. But from the standstill, if you want to tie to that one, I wouldn't blame you because that one paints an extremely nice picture. Young man's Dorset U is going to be third, and I think in terms of body shape, in terms of some pin width and just sheer power, that you've got a lot of pieces to appreciate. I think when that one's in motion, that one's kind of rear leg there from the side. Reads a little bit more off. She wants to deviate there out of her upper hip and towards the end of her dock, wants to round out a little bit more. If we pick her up, square up, we got a really exciting trio. The young lady's commercial U is going to be fourth, and the sheep that is still good in terms of that one's touch and tone and handle quality up top. Unfortunately, that one I think just needs a little bit more just meat and potatoes there too, or we need to bolden her in terms of her body shape. We need to stouten that one up in terms of that one's topside touch. A nice swan there from the there in fifth, and that's deadly level in terms of that one's top line. Really long and level there out of that one's hip structure, and comes with a little bit more fuzz and further underneath of her. That one just needs to be stouter in terms of that one's loin edge. That one needs to tie a bit better in terms of that one's neck set as well. On the way onward down the line there in 6th, 7th, and 8th, you got good sheep as well. A real smooth, a little bit more just kind of common one in terms of that one's just kind of build assembly. A sheep that's got a little bit more fuzz there underneath of her, but needs to be relaxed in terms of the angles. And we're going to round out with a sheep that's probably maturity-wise ranks the youngest there in the class. We just need to stouten that one, and I think that one's going to continue to get better with age. But let's put our hands together for those kids, if you don't mind.
Place was Avery Stitzline. Your 7th place was Jesselyn Miller. 6th, Miley Mosier. 5th, Lily Klink. 4th, Sophia Stitzline. 3rd, Derek Coleman. 2nd, Reed Coleman. 1st, Caitlin Coleman. Now entering the ring is your yearling U class. Avery Stitzline, Sophia Stitzline, Jesselyn Miller, and Taylor Patterson.
going to go ahead and start with the young lady's blue sheep here directly in front of me to win this class. I think a sheep, in terms of balancing muscle width with the right kind of still skeleton there underneath of her, that sheep certainly hits me the hardest in this particular lineup. The first couple steps, the lady came in, I said, hey, that's the class winner. Let's see how that one kind of settles in. I think if you were to prop that one up and get a good drive out of her, things start to piece extremely well. I think that one's shoulder blade lays in her appropriate. I think her top line is comfortable and not necessarily tight. I think when you start to compare against a couple of the other ones, that sheep's body shape's appropriate and good in her. That one's upper hip is still broad and still stout with plenty of spread. I like that sheep to go ahead and lead off with. The sheep there in second, if you want to switch the pair in second and third, I guess you can. To me, the sheep that looks like she could probably generate a little bit more, take her to some extra stoutness, is the young lady sheep there in second. Taller fronted, more extended, bigger scale, bigger pattern. That's all those things in that sheep. That sheep just needs to be busted open in terms of her upper hip and her body shape. The sheep there in third, certainly, I think probably the young girls came in probably expecting to win this class because that one's propped up, that one shows extremely well. But for me, that sheep is way too coarse when you start to break that one up in terms of that one's front skeleton, the way her blade pushes out on her, the way her loin, her hip, and her rear leg just kind of is assembled. That thing needs to be a little bit neater and more feminine-like. I do wish we could also soften her in terms of her midrib. The sheep there that's going to round us down is a sheep that's still acceptable in terms of its skeleton and loose made. That sheep just needs to be stouter, a little bit more wolfier in terms of that one's body shape and power. Let's put our hands together for those four.
Your fourth place was Jesslyn Miller. Third, Taylor Patterson. Second, Sophia Stitzline. And first, Avery Stitzline. Coming into the ring now is Reed Coleman, Caitlin Coleman, Avery Stitzline, Sophia Stitzline, Blake Patterson, and Jesslyn Miller.
think 3 classes there on the breeding sheep show, and I think 3 very competitive, 3 very deep classes there. The more we think about it, in terms of maybe what we had there in the springborn class or fall ewe class or even our yearling class, I think 3 very nice sheep that came out of those respective kind of divisions that we had out there. We talked that sheep there out of that first class for being really good in terms of body shape, pin width, stoutness, power. I think when that sheep comes back out and you get that one to kind of settle in a little bit easier and relax, that one wants to run uphill. I wish that one probably had a shot more grow there out of that one's front skeleton, but I think that's a very good sheep there in that one's own right. The Lincoln ewe there out of the fall ewe class, I like that sheep in terms of that one's just kind of spread. That one's boldness and body shape. I like that one in terms of that one's just kind of fiber type as well. Just really soft and good in terms of that one's just kind of feel and color there as well. I think a tall fronted sheep that's extended. If we got a little critical on her, we could probably square her up there out of her hip and kind of soften her in terms of the set-terrier hock. But I think that's a very nice, high-quality animal. I think, part for the breed, that you've got a lot of pieces, a lot of things to certainly appreciate. The sheep there out of the last class, I think, just in terms of just being a good sheep, in terms of a skeleton standpoint, you're still backing it with the right kind of just muscularity, boldness, and spread. That ewe does a lot of things nice. I think probably to get critical on her, I wish we could get that one to just kind of drive and just kind of fire up and push there for the young lady, because I think that sheep will continue to piece together quite nicely. That's how I see those top 3. I'm going to put the mic down and get you a top 5, but let's go ahead and congratulate the kids for all the hard work they spent this summer working with their 4-H projects.
For 5th overall, breeding ewes were Sophia Stitzline, 4th, Avery Stitzline, 3rd, Reed Coleman, Your 5th overall breeding ewe was Avery Stitzline. Your 4th overall was Sophia Stitzline. 3rd, Reed Coleman. 2nd, Reed Coleman. And 1st, and your grand champion was Caitlin Coleman. Now entering the ring for Class 1 of Holmes County Born and Raised is Courtney Kreider, Chloe Schaefer, Jarrett Schaefer, Garrett Huyen, Tristan Huyen, Matthew Lay, Owen Malash, and Lily Klink.
we go ahead and just kind of run straight into your born and bred show. And the young lady here in the kind of flamingo shirt's going to start us off. I think a sheep that's nice and then starts to piece and start to kind of prop that one up and get a leg into him. I think he wants to run uphill there for the young lady. I think a sheep that's probably the most show sheep indicative there when we get off to the side of him and start to get our hands up on top of him at the same time. I think a nice sheep that we certainly need to win this class and wins this one for fun. The sheep there in second, the young man does a nice job showing his little ewe-lamb that he's got. I think a sheep that's still good in terms of that one's just touch and the spread there when you get your hands up on top of her. I think a sheep that we could just stout in there a little bit in terms of her bone work. And I guess from there on, in terms of third and fourth, it really boils into some muscle conversation. The young man's weather just has a bit more muscle there. In terms of that one's just touched and that one's spread. I like that one in terms of his crease there to his stifle as well. This young man's sheep there that's going to be fourth, the blue sheep, in terms of having some size, some scale, and yet still some look there to her. I think certainly can talk about those things in terms of just opening up with the same kind of touch and muscle. That's where we need to change her. We need to power her up a little bit more. There's a more moderate sheep that probably is a bit pound for pound bigger in terms of its upper hip. But I just wish we could maybe lengthen this one out, stretch that sheep out in terms of that one's type and kind. The blue sheep that's going to round out there in 6, and even the Katahdin there in 7, are sheep that are still comfortable a little bit in terms of their feet and legs there underneath of them. We just need to bulk this one up. We need to make that one handle harder and fresher. We got a real moderate one that's probably maybe blood work wise probably is on the small side of moderate for this guy, but that sheep's got plenty of muscle. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for the kids here out of the first class here on the Bred and Born.
Your 5th place was Jarrett Schaefer. 4th, Matthew Lay. 3rd, Owen Malash. 2nd, Tristan Huyen. And 1st, Lily Klink.
5th place, Connor Allison. 4th place, Lucas Max. 3rd place, Kayla Troyer. 2nd place, Victoria Bell. And your grand champion here is Emily Wise. Entering the ring, Junior Duck Showmanship, Carter Yoder, Rosalind Krosky, Kayleen Ganizak, Easton Rayburn, Blake Miller, Bella Fiorito, Penny Urbotha, Anna Troyer, Caleb Ganizak, Brooklyn Troyer, Fletcher Hawkins, Marisa Miller, Joycey Rager, Infinity Moore.
Your placings for the last class were 5th, Jarrett Schaefer. 4th, Tristan Huyen. 3rd, Owen Malash. 2nd, Garrett Huyen. And 1st, Lily Klink.
we go ahead and start off the second class there on the bred and born side of things with a really nice one to tie to the young lady's sheep. That one's stout, that thing's rugged, that thing's big and expressive there in terms of his handle. I like that sheep quite a bit to go ahead and lead off with and certainly appreciate in this class. The sheep there in second, I think when you truly step in behind this one, I think you're probably not expecting as much just kind of hip width and spread out of that guy's upper hip and lower leg as you see there from the side, because that sheep's got a lot of muscle. That thing's got a lot of terminal product there working in him. I think when that sheep is even led to, his top line sits in him right, but we just need bolden him, stouting him in terms of his body shape, and you make him a little bit rounder in that regard. A nice kind of a skeleton one that's still loose made when we get him off and study him in motion. I think that sheep, in relation to the two that precede him, that sheep gets the plainness there in terms of that one's topside handle. That one flattens and elongates too much there in terms of that one's lower leg shape and glute muscle. But the young lady's working hard trying to get a good brace on that guy. In terms of fourth and fifth, there's a little bit of a neater build and pattern there in the sheep there in fourth compared to the sheep there in fifth. The sheep there in fifth does have a little bit more body shape, a little bit more just kind of width and spread over that one's loin. But I like the skeleton better of the sheep here in fourth to keep him from maybe over the sheep there that sits behind him. Just wish we could bolden that guy, stout him, drop him a little bit more in terms of his crotch. The young lady sheep that's going to round us out there on the top five, like I said, big-bodied and still bulky in terms of that one's type. That one's rear leg needs to be fixed for me. That one's upper hip needs to come with the same kind of crease and turn and touch there to it. And the man sheep there in six is a sheep that's got plenty of body, just needs to be a little bit harder and fresher in terms of his touch. We got a really long pattern, big and extended one there that's going to round us out. We just need to drop and power up with a little bit more terminal product. Let's put our hands together for those kids as we get ready to bring in both of those top fives.
Your fifth for the last class was Caitlin Winterborn. Fourth, Owen Schmucker. Third, Claire Steffens. Second, Eva Schmucker. And first, Caitlin Winterborn. I apologize. Your first was Caitlin Klink. Now entering the ring for grand champion, Holmes County born and raised, Lily Klink, Garrett Huyen, Owen Malash, Tristan Huyen, and Jarrett Schaefer. Lily Klink, Eva Schmucker, Claire Steffens, Owen Schmucker, and Caitlin Winterborn.
A good group and excited to see this many. We're kind of born and raised here within the county. In terms of a numbers standpoint, a big group of them. I think the top fives kind of worked out nice, and I think between maybe a few of our firsts and seconds, that's probably where the biggest, gap in quality may lay between a few of them. And I think in terms of those sheep, those are the ones that are in contention the most for myself and Hayden included. I think in terms of building sheep that still have plenty of stoutness, some boldness, and just muscle in them, but yet being able to add the extras of some build quality, some underlying progression, and certainly some touch and handle. There's one that certainly takes the cake there. I think reserve gets a little bit closer between a pair of them, but we'll all put the mic down and I'll select the top five in that order. Let's go ahead and put our hands together. Let's encourage and congratulate these kids.
Your 5th overall was Owen Schmucker. Your 4th was Claire Steffens. 3rd, Lily Klink. Your reserve was Eva Schmucker. And your grand champion, Holmes County born and raised, was Caitlin Klink. Now entering the ring for your white-face division is Benjamin Sprang, Jesslyn Miller, Reed Coleman, Caleb White, Lydia Vaughn, and Miley Mosier.
If this is any indication of how we're going to go ahead and start off on the Market Lamb show, then it's going to be a good day, because the sheep that wins, that's a high quality, good looking rascal that's still big in terms of his shape, good in terms of his touch, and ultra fresh when we get up on top of him. And the young lady does a darn good job getting that one stuck in prop there for us. The young man's sheep there in second. That thing's hard handling. That thing's good in terms of that one's touch and muscularity. I like that one in terms of a muscle texture standpoint as well in terms of being a Dorset Advantage sheep. I just wish we could level him up there in terms of his upper hip, kind of square him up a little bit there out of his dock set as well. We got a sheep that is longer and leveler there in terms of his hip length. The sheep that's still good in terms of that one's top line balance. What keeps that sheep third, unfortunately, is the fact that we've got two pretty good ones there to tie to in this particular class, because that sheep's build quality is ultra good. That one's front end reach and athleticism is appropriate. We just need to make that one handle harder, make that one have a little bit more muscularity there to him out of his upper hip and his lower leg shape. The young lady sheep is going to be fourth there. That sheep's a bit raw and still trim there in terms of that one's touch. Does a good job trying to keep that one together there from the side. We just need to widen that one, fresh him up, and allow his loinage to hook in a little bit more flesh there on him. Young man's working hard, showing the wheels off of the one there in fifth. A sheep that's still good skeleton, a sheep that just needs to be stouter as we get up on top of them and from behind. We're going to round out the class with the young man's Katahdin sheep there in sixth. A big body, loose made one, one that just needs to be harder, a little bit fresh there in terms of his touch and his belt. Let's put our hands together for those 6 exhibitors.
Your 5th was Benjamin Sprang, 4th, Jesslyn Miller, 3rd, Lydia Vaughn, 2nd, Reed Coleman, and 1st, Miley Mosier. Now entering the ring is Chloe Vaughn, Rebecca Vaughn, Phoebe Vaughn, and Benjamin Vion.
It's kind of like a little family rivalry we got out here in Class 1 or Class 2 of the Market Lamb side of things, and we're going to lead off and tie to the extra stoutness, the extra power, body shape found in the young man's little Dorper weather to start. I think in terms of that one just not only outweighs but outpowers the sheep there in second. He's not, I will say, he's not as kind of cool made in terms of his build or the way that one's kind of top line and hip sits in him as a young lady sheep there in second. But I certainly like the extra boldness and stoutness in this sheep to win. The young lady sheep there in second, like I said, that one's good looking there from the side. That one still touches nice when you get up on top of her. Probably just not necessarily as bulky, dense, or wolfy as the sheep there that wins. A really nice skeleton, kind of a level-made one when we get that sheep, not wanting to fight back for the girl there. Sheep that's still good in terms of his body shape. Just need to stouten that one up in terms of that one's just view there from behind. We're going to round out the class with a young girl's weather kid that's going to go forward. The sheep is still correct in terms of his skeleton. One that we just need to harden up and freshen in terms of his steps. Let's put our hands together for those 4 kids here out of Class 2.
Your 4th place was Phoebe Vion, 3rd, Chloe Vion, 2nd, Rebecca Vion, and 1st, Benjamin Vion.
Until 4:15.
Now entering the ring for Blackface Class 2 is Melina Fonts, Briggs Patterson, Chloe Patton, Cash Fry, Sophia Stitzline, Cody Gingrich, and Blake Patterson.
sheep we're going to start. The sheep we're going to start and lead off with is, one that's ultra fresh started to touch, a sheep that runs uphill, a sheep that I think when you get up on top of them, spreads and progresses with the right kind of shape. I like that guy in terms of just kind of the way he wraps his lower glute muscles, stifle joint on him. I like that one quite a bit when the young lady gets that one propped up and set for us. The sheep there in second's a big-footed, kind of a woolly mammoth thing out here, because that thing's got plenty of feature and fuzz there underneath of them. That thing's got plenty of muscle up top. I just wish we could relax him and make him more comfortable in terms of his spine, the way he wants to hook up in terms of his hip, kind of his hip point junction. We can soften him there, and if we can widen him over that hip point too, I think that sheep can certainly begin to work his way up even higher and push our class winner a little bit more. This sheep there that's going to be third just finds his way third in terms of just a build, a balance standpoint. He does have a little bit more, a little bit more touch there over his forerib than probably I would find ideal. But in terms of that one, just kind of rear leg set, hind leg posture, yet still being more than adequate in terms of a muscularity standpoint. That sheep needs to be third. The sheep there in fourth is a sheep that is trimmer, is a bit harder and more expressive there up high. I think when that sheep is gone and in motion, his rear leg gets plenty critical for me. So start to study him right there at the surface, and he's really kind of flat-footed off his rear too and longer about his pastern set. You can kind of pick him up there and make that sheep a little bit kind of just burlier in terms of his forward. I think we could probably switch that pair. The sheep there in fifth is hard handling and really expressive in terms of his shape. Ultimately, though, that one's just too straight off both ends of his skeleton. We need to soften him, relax him in terms of those angles. Really long-bodied, extended one there in sixth. One that we just need to bulk it up a little bit more in terms of a muscularity call. Stout in there in terms of that one's feature there underneath. A real long-bodied, extended one there in seventh. One that just needs a little bit more terminal product there too. And let's put our hands together for those kids and competitors out of class 3.
In fifth place was Melina Fonts. Fourth, Briggs Patterson. Third, Cody Gingrich. Second, Blake Patterson. And first, Chloe Patton. Now entering the ring for Blackface Division Class 3 is Avery Stitzline, Nevaeh Bright, Taylor Patterson, Addison Miller, Caitlin Coleman, and Emily Brenner.
I think kind of Hayden and I were discussing. I think in terms of maybe a pair of them in here, it's kind of fun to kind of sort and kind of talk between those two and see where his mind is, because I think we were probably a little different from each other initially. But the sheep that needs to start is the young ladies up front. In terms of just freshness, touch, tone, muscularity, that sheep does all those things extremely well. That sheep progresses the most there when you get up on top of them and from behind, and contrary to the sheep there in second. I like that one quite a bit to go ahead and lead off with. The sheep there in second, man, that thing is big muscled and big in terms of that one, just lower leg shape there from the side. You get up on top of them, and that thing's still good in terms of his touch and his tone and his freshness. I just wish in terms of that one, maybe playing a little bit harder there with that of our class winner. That one's loin edge sat up a little bit more square and a little more flesh in him. I think that one, when you start to stop and bring him in motion and kind of pull him out of his brace, that one gets a little bit rounder off both ends of his skeleton. The sheep there in third and fourth, I think that's probably where the most interesting discussion and kind of breakdown between each of them are, because I think if we had probably a little bit more brace, a little bit more push out of that sheep in third, man, that thing probably could play a little bit harder, because that one's good in terms of his lines. That one's still big and flat and flush there over that one's loin edge as much as anything. He's neat and flat about his shoulder, his rear leg. I just wish we could probably get him a little bit stretched out at times, but that sheep paints a nice picture and he's neater made. The sheep there in fourth is bigger and stouter there out of that one's upper hip and bigger in terms of his lower leg shape. That sheep is just ultimately too coarse there in terms of the way he's built and assembled up front. That sheep in motion, his rear leg set, the way his hog and his stifle joint reads, needs to be tweaked a little bit more in order to make him more attractive there in terms of that one's rear leg set and hind leg posture. The sheep there that's going to be fifth is a sheep that's really kind of basic in terms of his skeletal assembly, a sheep that gets a bit plainer there in terms of his touch and kind of wants to just pull and fight back there in terms of his neck set. We just need to down that guy up, harden him in terms of his shape. A really long-bodied, extended one that is hard-muscled and fresh. A sheep just needs to be a little bit leveler and more flush in terms of his loin edge and softer in terms of his body shape. Let's put our hands together for those 5 kids. They're out of class 3 or class 4.
In fifth place, Nevaeh Bright. Fourth, Taylor Patterson. Third, Avery Stitzline. Second, Addison Miller. And first is Caitlin Coleman. Now entering the ring for Blackface Division, Class 4, is Austin Bernhardt, James Krosky, Billy Patton, Derek Coleman, and Madison Pierce Lafferty.
I'll be the first one to admit, probably the class winning sheep out here, that one probably for some probably don't have enough muscle, but for this guy that likes some sporty, that realizes that we're in a show ring setting and we're trying to make kind of the most unique, kind of unicorn-esque animals as possible. Man, that thing's build quality, that thing's lower body balance, shortness to shoulder, neck sets, all extremely good. That one probably needs to be a little bit denser there in terms of the way he hooks up there in terms of his kind of loin edge, contrary to the sheep there in second. And that one, his body shape is more than acceptable for me. But I think in terms of build quality, his rear leg set, hind leg, just kind of reach and athleticism, that one's plenty speedy. The sheep there in second, there's no question. That one's a hard muscle, kind of a silverback shaped one that's just kind of out there in terms of a muscularity standpoint. That thing's mammoth pinned and kind of big shaped and big muscle. Unfortunately, where that sheep starts to get himself beat is actually, the young man did it for us. They pulled him off of the front end of that sheep because his neck set wants to read a little bit lower in him, his chest and his breastplate read a little bit more mature. And then when that sheep goes in motion, where I start to get more critical on him, is the way he wants to kind of tighten up there in terms of his stifle joint and kind of pin his hock into his body wall. The young lady's sheep there that's going to be third, I like that one from just the body shape, a hip, and kind of just a muscle call. That one gets a little bit more basic in terms of the way he's put together up front. He wants to kind of bury his neck into his chest, and that one just kind of wants to waddle a little bit more out of his front end, and we just need to give him more reach and more go there too. The young man's sheep in fourth, I think in maybe a different class setting, that sheep could have worked his way up to maybe a top pair consideration because that one's still good in terms of a muscle standpoint. That one's still fresh and good in terms of his hide and his pelt. Ultimately, though, that one's neck set comes in a little bit lower. That one gets a bit plainer in terms of his touch and his tone there over that one's body. The young man's sheep is going to round us out here as a real long and extended sheep, a sheep that just needs to be stouter in regards to any which angle that you might look at them there from. But a very nice class, a very fun pair of them there on top in first and second. Let's congratulate those 5 exhibitors out of class 5.
Your 5th place was Austin Bernhardt. 4th is James Krosky. 3rd, Madison Pierce Lafferty. 2nd is Derek Coleman. And 1st was Billy Patton. I would like to announce our rate of gain winner. Our rate of gain winner is Matthew Lay. I would like to congratulate Matthew on great job feeding his lamb this year. Now we're going to announce the drawing for our sheep exhibitors. All exhibitors' names have been entered into a drawing. I would like to thank Black Sheep Equipment for donating these buckets with holders to give to 2 of our sheep exhibitors. Our first winner is Austin Bernhardt, and our second winner is Roland Hendricks.
Okay, on that tiebreaker, I just want to prove one thing, that money does have a way of convincing people, but the last thing I want to do when I come to fair is have somebody be scared. I only know what that ball is, I don't want to have a chicken out, I know it's big, but when you come to the fair, you need to have fun. So, next time you come to the fair, you have fun.
Now entering the ring for our champion drive is Lily Klink, Caitlin Klink, Miley Mosier, Benjamin Vion, Chloe Patton, and Caitlin Coleman, and Billy Patton.
In ninth place, Joycey Graber. In eighth place, Kayleen Mizak. In seventh place, Fletcher Hawkins. In sixth place, Divinity Moore. In fifth place, Rainier Botha. In fourth place, Elise Parrott. In third place, Blake Miller. In second place, Anna Troyer. And in first place, Bella Fiorito. Now entering the ring, the Supreme Showmanship. Malia Lennington, Bella Fiorito. Here we go. Una Holisek, Fletcher Hopkins, Grayson Gould, Alexis Wagers, Gabby Yates, and Emily Wise.
I am.
As we go ahead and drop in each of those class winners, those 5 class winners there, and even the, I guess, the champion there in the reserve there out of the born and bred side of things, I think things stack up extremely nice. I think our kind of our frontline sheep or sheep that certainly take to part some build quality, some kind of uniqueness there to them out of their front ends, yet still back it up with the right kind of touch there. Some probably are a little bit stouter than a couple of the others, but honestly, dude, I don't necessarily mind it too much there. I think our second lineup are sheep that kind of pair well, very and are very appropriate in terms of maybe their degree of touch, their their finish, their freshness there that they bring to the table as well. I think in some of those classes we might have had a little bit more depth there, maybe on the 3-4 deep at times, but it's been fun. And I think when we get these sheep back out here, in terms of maybe putting together a top 5, a top 10. Top 10 out here, I guess that's going to make my job and Hayden's job ultra fun because there's a lot of good ones across the board. And I think maybe that the sheep that they're out of the second class, the young lady's Dorset sheep, I think for that one's breed, that thing's ultra good. That thing's body shape, that thing's top line levelness, that thing's hip and rump structure is very, very nice. And that thing's got tons of muscle and yet still ultra fresh there in terms of that one's height and touch. Maybe against now a few of these kind of black faces that I got out here. Is that sheep just kind of sporty enough there from the side in terms of the base of his chest? I don't know. Maybe that's where I start to question a little bit. I think the sheep there out of that fourth class in, the young lady's blue sheep, man, that thing's kind of cool there from the side. He's a little eccentric in there in terms of his underline and the way it blends from flank back into his chest. I think that sheep's good in terms of his freshness up high. I think he offers plenty of shape there from the side. When we start to break them down a little bit, is that sheep probably has bull right there and dense in terms of that one's body shape? Is he as big and broad right there to the kind of the base of his tail dot at times? I don't know. That's probably where I start to tweak that one. We got a real stout, kind of a massive powerhouse one. They're out of that second to last class. One that's really big and stout in terms of his shape. Probably not necessarily as cool, probably as the two sheep there on either end of it in terms of that one's forward of his chest or the way his armpit kind of wants to suck up into him. The sheep there out of the last class, go ahead and bounce them real quick there because I think that sheep's front skeleton's ultra cool. I think that one's shallow, neat in terms of his blade shape. He's a flat-shouldered, good-fronted one whose underline is really progressive in him. I think his hip and his rear leg set and hind leg posture is very appropriate as well. Does that sheep necessarily meet your hand with the same kind of fullness or freshness there over his loin edge? Is he maybe as big in terms of his upper hip as a couple of the others? Absolutely not. And if you study sheep in terms of the way they're constructed up front, that sheep does open up a little bit narrow, so I'm not shocked that sheep doesn't have the same kind of just width there to his hip. But man, that thing's very cool there from the side. He's kind of built like a Corvette there in terms of his build from the side. He just doesn't have the same kind of horsepower as maybe the sheep there that was in second. But that's how I kind of see those front lineup of sheep, and that's kind of where my thought process kind of lays between a few of these. But let's go ahead and put our hands together for each of these kids out here. Let's go ahead and put our hands together for a ring help as well that allowed the show to move so efficiently.
Your grand champion, Market Lamb, is Miley Mosier. And your reserve grand champion, Market Lamb, is Chloe Patton. Your third overall Market Lamb is Billy Patton. Fourth is Derek Coleman. Your fifth overall Market Lamb is Madison Pierce Lafferty. Your sixth overall Market Lamb is Caitlin Coleman. Your 7th overall market lamb was Addison Miller. Your 8th overall is Caitlin Klink. Your 9th overall market lamb is James Crosby. And your 10th overall is Blake Patterson. Thank you all for coming to watching our market lamb show and breeding.
Texas Rangers return to the ring. Texas Rangers return to the ring.
a derby.
Well, I grew up in Perry County.
Okay, well, I'm gonna hit the heat. I gotta move around. Oh yeah.
Like, home, get the ducks in because it'll be getting dark. And get them to the butcher. Those good work.
I'm a good
wanted that, and your mom said it was too much.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Back tag numbers are available behind the podium inside the garage door. been formed with the primary goal being to give back to the 4-H and FFA members throughout the year. Holmes County Roots has been established to support scholarships for college and trade school, fund academic programs in schools related to agriculture, and help offset the cost of youth going to 4-H camps. If you would like to support this organization, they are selling meat raffle tickets. Tickets are $10 for one or $50 for 6. You will have a chance of winning one of 6 $250 meat bundles and a Yeti cooler. Tickets can be purchased in the Secretary's office.
On behalf of the Holmes County Swine Committee, we'd like to welcome you to tonight's Junior Market Swine Show. And before we get started, as a member of the Swine Committee, we'd like to honor one of our former members, which is really hard to say, but if you want to hit the button there on the slide, we're here to congratulate and thank Lisa Hipp for 30 years of service on our Swine Committee. She doesn't want to be here for this, so we want her to be here to recognize her for her many years of input and help and assistance and leadership on the Swine Committee. Some of us were exhibitors when she started. Some of us were in diapers when she started. But we certainly thank her for her years of service, and we wanted to recognize her in front of all of you so that you could, I'm going to ask you to do this 2 more times, but right now give her another round of applause. And we can't finish this out without saying some of the things we heard in the barn as an exhibitor and as a parent and as an advisor, things like, get out of the aisle, incoming. If you are not an exhibitor, get out of the hog barn. Things like that help make the show go smoothly. So again, one last time, Lisa Hipp, 30 years. Thank you very much, Lisa. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get our show started.
Now entering the ring for Holmes County born and raised Class 1, Nicholas Kreider, Courtney Kreider, Sierra Allison, Lincoln Herman, Chloe Kreider, Peyton Taylor, Roland Hendricks, Marissa Wacker, Jalen Hasmeyer, Emily Ogie, Zara Schultz, Nevaeh Bright, Harper Lent, and Rainier Botha.
Well, good evening. It certainly is my pleasure to be here and have the opportunity to work through these pigs and work with your kiddos here as we go through. And we'll kind of get in a groove here very shortly, and we'll try to move through these things at a rapid pace when we need to. And we'll try to slow down and take some time when I think it warrants within the class. First division, first class here, really nice. Got a couple of them that are really close. This one, Gilt right here, is really close in my mind. Stout, featured, rugged. Just got to go better off those rear two for me. The all black hog, there's another one that I think is really close. Maybe just not enjoying this ring as much as what we'd like to see. Gets a little frailer featured there. But regardless, we got 5 that will work back through. But please, show your appreciation to these kiddos out here as they head on back. Awesome job in your county bred Class 1. Well, I think we got a really intriguing class here and really easy, kind of logical place for me to grab a hold of. Young lady right here in front of me has got our class winner and does so quite handily, in my opinion. That is a really robust made kind of a hog. That building from the ground, he's very stout featured, and then as stout featured as he is at the ground, he certainly maintains that advantage on the top side of his skeleton. He's just incredibly wide at the center part of his blade and in his top line. That's one that you got to grab a hold of and start with. From there is a couple of questions there. Young fellas got in one here. This skeleton is very loose structured, and that's where she really excels in the drive. She really gets out and goes and handles the ring. Maybe doesn't have as much when she comes right at you in her chest floor. That's what that class winner is. I'd just like to separate and open her up there in the center part of her blade, just a nickel if we could. Good muscle shape, good back shape. Just need a little bit more up through the front end. Guilt that comes out here in third. There's some very, very intriguing pieces about this one. Maybe the puzzle just doesn't put itself together maybe as neat and fancy as what I'd like to see, but that is a heavy muscle hog that is really attractive. Up through her front end, elevation at the point of her shoulder, her length of head and neck is incredibly good. Gets a little drier in the center part of her body, and her forehead gets a little tighter for me. Maybe runs out of gas there at the surface in terms of stoutness of feature with foot, leg, and bone situation there. Nice belt one. I absolutely love this one from the side. This one's just a silhouette. Does so many things good. Unfortunately, I don't think we have enough when we get right on top of that one. That left rear, I'd just like to see that hop the ground, just flex a little bit more, but a really good kind of a hog there. Power hog comes out here next. I mean, this thing's got as much muscle as with anything within the drive. That is a wide-chested hog that is just opened up from end to end. You step in behind that hill, and I just think maybe there's a show's too much for me. She's getting outside of her skeleton there, just a nickel. I'd like to pull those rear two inside of her, but boy, that's a heavy muscle stout one. What an awesome way to start out the evening here with the show. Congratulations to all those kiddos.
In fifth place, Emily Obi. Fourth, Marissa Wacker. Third, Harper Lint. Second, Rainier Botha. And in first, Zara Schultz. Now entering the ring for Holmes County Born and Raised Class 2. Lane Stolmich, Timothy Fiker, Priya Troyer, Rebecca Wacker, Emery Lemon, Landon Witzel, Sadie Van Sickle, Emily Shealy, Colt Allison, Lydia Johnson, Logan Taylor, Owen Lemon, Noah Fiker, and Brett Shaw.
Well, as we go through tonight, I promise you, if I start pinning some of these up, and I've got these 5 pins full, and you come out of that gate and you still trip my trigger, I promise you, I'll keep 6, 7, ever how many we need to keep that I can work through. So don't get nervous and worried back there in the barn as you come up. You feel like you got to be first in here. You certainly don't. If the pins are full, you come out of that gate and you get me lit up. We're going to find a spot for you in this deal, and I'll work through 5, 6, 7, 8, ever how many we have to do. Good set out here. I think in our class too, we probably got a little bit more structural issue at the ground. A couple of really nice, powerful hogs that when you just step in behind them from hop to ground, you might want to tweak on them just as scopes there. A couple of them that it's not necessarily muscle. We've got plenty of muscle. We just need to reconstruct these. But I'm going to ask you to do this a lot. Please give these kiddos a nice round of applause as they head on back there. Great set. Great set. Well, just as in we had in our first class, we've got a real logical place that you have to start with. This all black hog right here really demands your attention. That's the one that needs to lead this drive. That thing is a powerhouse up on the top side. He's got that barrel's got a big back working in him. He's opened up. He handles it quite well out here. Big old center body into him. Real nice place to lead off the class with. Young fellow over there by the outgate is going to be 2 within this class. That is another really heavy muscled hog. I think that hog really has an advantage over this one that is in 3. He's just opened up wider in his chest floor. He's opened up wider in the center part of his back, and he is square from his top to his ground. Young fella here in 3 from a side profile. This thing has got all the pizzazz that you want. Ultra cool fronted, really big bladed hog. Really like the attractiveness. You get right in behind that hog. That one needs more. That one's got to have a bigger engine working in the center part of his back. More importantly, though, from hop to ground, I got to fix her, I should say. Just a nickel square up there. But boy, that's certainly a nice hog there to be in 3. This 4th place hog here is another one you certainly got to pay attention to, because this one is stout, big-legged, big-footed. Maybe gets a little straighter for me up front. Gets a little bit more compact up through her head and neck. I'd just like to see that one a little bit more trendy up front. Lay that shoulder back into it. But that thing's got a real big crease in its back. All kinds of muscle in that thing from its hip, ham, and stifle region. Really nice one there. Basic, practical build one here that's just not messed up anywhere. Unfortunately, gets a little flat, gets a little drier. I'd like to just see that thing with the rib cage with a little bit more boldness to it. But boy, really nice kind of a hog there to round out the class. Awesome drive there in class 2. Congratulations to all those kids.
In 5th place, Rebecca Wacker. 4th, Emery Lemon. 3rd, Landon Witzel. 2nd, Noah Piker. And 1st, Timothy Piker. Now entering the ring for Holmes County born and raised Class 3. Boone Thompson, Connor Allison, Annabelle Thompson, Jenna Sheldon, Casey Ogie, Cash Allison, Lily Klink, Silas Herman, Harley Curry, Phineas Johnson, Caitlin Klink, Zoe Snow, Brooklyn Gingrich, and Keegan Knoll.
Where are we going?
Another really good set out here, and it gets a little closer down here on this end as we start looking and going through these, and I like to kind of take another round and just make sure we didn't miss one coming out of the gate that hits us. A couple of nice hogs out here. Yeah, this hog right here has got some really good things, shoulder back on him. Like to work on that one up front there. This young lady in the all multicolored shirt there, same situation, working the shoulder back. That's a power hog, really opened up. Maybe this gets a little too compact for me up front, getting a little wide there from behind. But a really good set. Some of these others out here, I just think we're going to have to get a notch wider. Going to have to get a little bit more power into them to run with some of these dogs that we've got in the pit over here. But a really good set. Awesome job. Congratulations, all you kiddos.
So big. Did you check your... Could he check your dog for?
Well, it's a little bit closer up here on this top end, in my opinion, with a trio right here that, they're a little bit different out here, and that's totally okay with me. You got to understand that good livestock can come in a lot of different shapes and sizes to them. There's a couple of questions you got to ask yourself. The one that is just more my speed, my kind. Young lady right here has got our class winner. That's a really good hog that is built incredibly good at the surface. Maybe not as big and stout-legged as some of you would like to see in terms of that ankle size on that guy. But you'll find as we go through the night, I don't have to have these things as freaky-legged as some, but I really do. I have to have them built right. I have to have big backs and things and opened up, and that one certainly does that, and I do appreciate that one an awful lot. The young lady in the corner over there has her second in this class. This one right here hits me really hard out of the gate. Just an incredibly big back hog that is opened up, really has a nice natural shape from its blade to its tip. You really appreciate the stoutness of feature. There is an advantage here in terms of bone and foot and ankle over that one that wins the class. But as this one gets a little worked up out here, gets a little bit heated, and you step in behind that one's rear tube starts to kind of want to go a little bit east and west on us. We just like to kind of fix that one right there. That one's got an awful lot. When you get right there and study that one right in the seam of her britches there, maybe you could just peel a nickel of that off, but a really good kind of hog there. Maybe the biggest legged we've seen. I mean, the steer guys would love to have a hind leg that looks like this. That thing is a thick hind leg, but it's clean jointed, and I think that hog handles it incredibly well off of its rear too. For me, this one, as stout featured as it is, this hog gets a little drier in the center part of that one's body, and its chest floor, when they're that massive and it comes right at us, that one gets a little bit more refined and a little flatter, and its chest floor gets a little flatter right there in the center part of its knee. But boy, you step off the side and just study the stoutness, the feature of that one. Maybe just get that top to take a little bit relaxed and get down into its body cavity would kind of tie it together. But that's a really good hog there to be in third. My compliments to her. Really nice one comes out here in four, and this one has got an awful lot again. Maybe we could peel just a little bit of this one off. It would suit me, especially in center body. If we're talking about an Angus heifer and that kind of a swoop to their belly, you get kind of excited. For me, we probably got a little extra right there in the center part of that one in terms of that lower swoop. I'd like to tighten that gut up on that one, just make it a little bit neater. But young lady's got a big back hog there that has a tremendous amount of power working in that one all the way through. I really like this hog that is in 5 here. Maybe just kind of runs into this class that has a lot of power in it, I would say, because that's what we're lacking right here. We need a little bit more, especially coming right at us, need a little bit more coming right out of that hog's blade in terms of its sharpness, curvature to its loin edge there. But again, young lady, that one right there has got a gear that gets up and goes and handles it. Really good kind of a hog. My compliments to you as well.
From Class 1, Zare Schultz. From Class 2, Timothy Pfeiffer. From Class 3, Casey Ogie.
Well, I think just an awesome division out here, and we've got 3 class winners that certainly make you very proud. In Holmes County, these hogs are a little bit different, and there's a couple of questions that you've got to ask yourself because you're going to give up something, and I don't care what class we're in, what show we're in. When you get out here, you're going to give up something. You know, our champion's got one little hole in it that I'd like to fix, and when I step right in behind this hog, just its ankle set. If I could just spread that rear ankle set, just a nickel on this hog, this one really would grab this gear and take it and handle it quite well for me. It's a close decision up here, but I think this hog's just advantage and stoutness, ruggedness, look, just really has a tremendous amount of back shape in it. This one hit me really hard when it came out. Congratulations right here, young lady. Super job.
Your grand champion is Zarek Schultz.
For reserve in here is another one that I think just lights out in so many areas, and just how neat and elegant this hog is up front, but then still has some masculinity in terms of back shape and power from our blade to the hip. You really like this one. I wish this one just was a little stouter in terms of our ankle set, and just as longer the drive goes, gets a little tighter, but an awful nice kind of a hog. Congratulations right here. Super job.
Your reserve grand champion is Casey Ogie. Now entering the ring from Class 1 is Rainier Botha, and from Class 3, Jenna Sheldon.
That hog there comes in again. We talked about the power that one has in the spread. Maybe just like to fix that one just a skosh right behind. But still, that one's next in lineup for me. Congratulations, young lady. Awesome. Nice job.
Third overall is Jenna Sheldon. Now entering the ring from Class 3, Brooklyn Gingrich.
Another one out here that I think just kind of does a lot of things in terms of balance. Maybe when we got the trio back out here for champion, you kind of question, is there enough elevation in this one? Does this one have enough extras up front in terms of its extension, length of neck? Maybe that's where I picked on this hog just a nickel. But boy, this still is an awful good one right here. Young fellow with that black bear is going to be next in the lineup.
Fourth overall is Timothy Piker. Now entering the ring from Class 2, Noah Piker.
fifth in the division is a hog that this one's got some ESTs to it. It's got some really freaky pieces onto it. As I said there in class, maybe just picked on this one, a nickel up front. But this is a really stout-made, rugged featured kind of a hog here. Congratulations, young lady, right here. Super nice job.
Fifth overall is Brooklyn Gainrich.
We're going to take a short break here in between the Holmes County Bridge class and Division 2, probably 3 to 5 minutes.
Now entering the ring, Market Swine, Show Class 1. Madison Sheets, Maisie Miller, Bristol Wangard, Haley Reichert, Carson Yoder, Emily Harrower, Miley Mosier, Lydia Vion, Miranda Vaughn, Riley Porter, Aubrey Olinger, and Blake Patterson.
Before we get into this Class 1 of this division, we've got some hogs out here that I think have got some really good show presence to them. I think we're probably, in my opinion, we just need to stouten these up. We need to get a little bit more muscle into them and just widen them up, but a really good set. Congratulations to those kiddos as they head on back there. Super nice job. probably the closest 5 that we've had so far. And with that said, I think the young lady in the center ring still has the one that needs to lead off this class with. That one right there is built incredibly well from the top to the ground. When you stand right in behind that hog is incredibly wide in terms of its muscle shape and expression. I like the ditch that hog's got. Maybe could elevate that one right there at the point of her shoulder just a skosh there. But and some of that is that hog gets a little bit flatter up front. The boy still handles it, still moves. Really a good kind of a hog there to lead off our class with. Scout-featured hog here comes in second. And I mean, this thing is burly, stout, big back kind of a hog there. Need to get those rear hocks inside of itself just a nickel. I would like to extend that thing, make that thing a little bit neater up through the front end. That is where the hog in 3 is incredibly attractive. Long neck, fresh body kind of a hog that you certainly appreciate with that gilt. She does run out at the surface. I'd like to see a little bit stouter of a feature in terms of her bone work and just absolute spread from behind. But still a really good kind of hog there. Does a great job getting that one presented as well. This young lady just makes this hog look incredibly attractive from the side. In terms of how she gets this thing showing is remarkable. This one is up-headed, good-looking, level, and square back. Unfortunately, when I step right in behind that one, I just need more. I need more spread. I need more power into that hog. But boy, a side profile, presentation, length of rump on that hog are just outstanding. Really a powerful hog here again, wide open, all kinds of muscle. That one's got a big blade into that one. That one's got a big ankle into it. Gets a little straighter for me. Doesn't handle those hind legs. Maybe as athletic as we'd like to see, but really a good kind of a hog. Congratulations to that young lady there as well.
In 5th place, Riley Porter. 4th, Lydia Vion. 3rd, Madison Sheets. 2nd, Emily Harework. And in 1st, Miley Mosher. Now entering the ring for Class 2. Weston Humphrey, Sloan Weber, Justice Hendricks, Meadow Miller, Gunnar Smith, Kaylin Williams, Briggs Patterson, Rhett Hendricks, Natalie O'Ryan, Michaela Barlow, Grady Hawkins, and Valerie Schlegel.
That lady with the camera, where are you going? You going down that way? Okay.
Another good class here, and kind of similarities to my comments in the last drive when we let some out. We just need a little bit more shape in some of these. This Duroc hog over here is really close in my mind in terms of side profile. That one really does it. Kind of runs out of gas there at the surface and right there on the seat of these britches, but a really good kind of a hog there. Nice set remains out here. Just wish we had a little bit more pop and shape into these. Congratulations to these kids as they head on back. Well, again, a little bit of differences out here within our top trio. The one we're going to elect to use is the young lady right here coming at me in the center of the ring. I mean, the front two-thirds of this thing are very unique. That is a stout, rugged-headed one that has a big blade onto it. Big, fresh-bodied hog. I love that hog from its blade to its hip, its shape. Really excels. You get right in behind that hog, I'll be the first to admit, I'd like to have more right there in the seam of his britches, the seam of his ham. I'd like to spread him a nickel, but sort of still, that's a really good hog. Young lady does a really good job of getting that one sucked and drove. The hog that kind of works its way up happens to be right in front of the block right there. Young lady's going to end up being 2 in this class, and she does soar just from a foundation, a fundamental build. This hog can get out and go. This thing looks like an athlete. You really appreciate the fancy design and look at that hog has. But to compete with that one that wins, that one's got to have more spread. That one's got to have more pipe at the ground. That one gets a little refined for me there. I'd just like to stouten that one up. Young fella here in 3 does have a stout one. I mean, this one is wide open. All kinds of muscle in that one. Gets too compact up through its head and neck region for me. I need to get some of that condition off of that one up through its jowl range, up through its elbow pocket. But more importantly, we need to extend that head and neck make that one a little fancier looking. Just what we have in this hole. Incredibly fancy. Elevation to the point of the shoulder is absolutely spot on. This hog is one that when I just step behind him, that hog needs to be opened up. That hog needs to have a bigger engine working right in the center part of its body. That one just simply runs out of gas. It's the best way to say it. A little flatter in its design. The boy from a side profile, freshness of design. That one lights me up pretty hard. Really a big bladed one here. Got all kinds of power and muscle into it. I just feel like when they came back out within the 5, that puzzle got a little bit more crooked on me there. It just doesn't kind of blend coming out of its shoulder into its top line. But a really powerful, heavy muscle hog. Congratulations, those exhibitors. Really nice class.
In 5th place, Valerie Schlegel. 4th, Briggs Patterson. 3rd, Rhett Hendricks. 2nd, Michaela Barlow. And in 1st, Natalie Loria. Now entering the ring for Class 3. Grant Miller, Cole Porter, Alex Schlegel, Logan Lyda, Benjamin Berger, Graham Martin, Tori Kaufman, Michaela Humphrey, Lainey Schlegel, Caleb White, Victoria Miller, and Ron Holzek.
Did you see
Another good set kind of comes together for me here with our 5, and I think that within this stride, you just study these homes at the ground out here. I think we've got a couple of issues just in terms of do they have enough bone and just stoutness and ruggedness a feature, maybe getting a little bit straighter from hop to ground on a couple of these pieces out here. I'd like to change, certainly a power hog right there, just got to burn a little bit of that fat off of them. I think we've got some good pieces out here. Young man here in the picture, got an ultra cool looking one, just got to get those rear two to go just a little bit better. Spread him there when you set behind. Good set, congratulations kid. Awesome job with those projects and getting them presented here. What an awesome trio out here that we have, and a lot of differences within this trio, and there's differences in them, but the great thing about them is we're talking about some really high quality, really good looking livestock that these showmen are doing a great job of getting them presented. Within the trio, there's one that is simply built better at the ground. There's one that is square coming. There's one that is square going and handles it incredibly well. Happens to be this black hog right here in the center of the ring. That one is an ultra powerful hog as well. Not only is the build at the surface correct, that one is opened up coming. That one is opened up going and handles that surface incredibly well. Certainly like that one to lead off with. This hogging too that the young lady has, there is more extension up through the front end. There's more elevation at the point of the shoulder on that gilt, and I do certainly appreciate that. That is another really fresh back really good-looking hog from the side that I really think kind of gets you excited. I step right in behind that hog. I pick on her right there in her right rear, from her hock to her ground. That one gets a little cowboy-legged for me. I got to square that one up there a little bit more. When you've got one that has that much power and just has a running gear that's a little bit more elite than what that one is, I got to have that right rear hock just back inside of itself. Very unique color pattern on a hog here that catches your eye, but more importantly is that's a power hog. Big blade, big back, certainly puts it together. You step in behind that one too. And you know, and I always say that if you're going to really preach on rear leg structure, you've got to stick to your guns. That one gets a little wide from behind, pushes that hock outside of itself, just there a nickel, but up through the front 2/3 of that one. That one's powerful, wide, really good looking, nice kind of a hog there. You certainly appreciate that one a lot. Love the top side of the skeleton of this one. Young lady's got a big fresh back in this heel. Really appreciate that. Extension to the front end is incredibly good. Big body hog. Unfortunately, you step in behind that one. That one gets a little bit swirly on those rear two. But we got to get that thing with a little bit more of an athletic set and how we use our hind leg there. But a really nice kind of a hog. Fifth place here is one that just gets outpowered within the drive, especially when this one comes right at you. This one is a little bit more refined in its chest floor, a little bit more refined in its center body, especially its forehead. But maybe my biggest issue is this thing just doesn't tie together. Its top line gets a little high. I just like that one to relax her top down into her, but a really good kind of a hug there. She does a great job getting that one stuck and driven. Congratulations to her there. Really good class there. That was very competitive drive.
In fifth place, Victoria Miller. Fourth, Corey Kaufman. Third, Ben Berger. Second, Lane Schleboff. And first, Graham Martin. Now entering the ring from Class 1, Miley Mosier. Now entering the ring from Class 2 to the final drive, Natalie Loria. Now entering the ring from Class 3, first place, Graham Martin. For the Division 2 final drive.
I feel like maybe one of the most straightforward divisions we're probably going to have as we continue to go and to get into bigger weights. I'm well aware that we are going to get more competitive and it's really going to tie. But again, you know, you hear me preach feet and legs, and there's one out here that's just an absolute athlete in the terms of the way this one plants. And I figured out already when they come out of the gate, I got to let these hogs get out here and kind of figure out the surface just a little bit. This surface is an awesome surface, but it's a really forgiving, and these hogs are a little bit timid in that initial few steps out of the gate. This hog certainly was not that. This hog is just an absolute athlete. This hog is wide. This hog is wide coming. This thing is wide going. You certainly appreciate that. Not going to tell you this is the biggest scaled hog that we've seen, but boy, I'm going to tell you this is the one that wins this division. Congratulations right here. Really nice job.
The Division 2 Grand Champion is Graham Martin. Congratulations. Now entering the ring from Class 3, Lane Schleboff.
There are some very unique pieces to this one that comes out here in second that gets me really excited. And as I said in class, there is more elevation here. This one is a little bit longer through its head and neck and a little bit trendy there. I kind of picked on this one just a nickel there a minute ago in terms of that right rear, but that still is the second best one out here. Congratulations to this young lady.
Your reserve grand champion is Laney Schleiball. Now entering the ring for the Division II final drive from Class 3, Ben Berger.
Again, we just talked about that hug there, and maybe just kind of tweak on that one when you step right in behind that one. But I think as you compare that one to the other pair that it remains out here, there's just so much more there. That one's wider chested, that one's bigger in terms of its blade shape. Really good fresh back into it. I like that spotted hug there next in the lineup. Congratulations there.
Third overall is Ben Berger. Now entering the ring from Class 3, Corey Kaufman.
Next in the lineup, I caught this one in class. I mean, the front two-thirds of this thing is absolutely lights out. I wish when I got right in behind this one and studied this one in its hip, hand, and stifle, it was just a little bit more impressive to me, but still a really good kind of a hug. Congratulations there to this young lady who wins that underclass.
Fourth overall is Natalie Maria. Now entering the ring for the Division II final drive from Class 2, Michaela Barlow.
Fifth in the lineup, one maybe got out here and kind of runs out just a little bit in terms of endurance and going. I really would like to just elevate this home up through its pointed shoulder. I think I talked about in class. The boys still, we're within the trio that's out here. This is a really big-legged hug that is spread wide open, has a ton of power into it that you certainly like. Congratulations to this young lady right here. Super nice job.
And fifth overall is Miley Moser. Now entering the ring for Class 4, Addison Umstead, Griffin Hawkins, Marley Miller, Zaylee Vansickle, Adriana Towner, Lexi Starner, Jensen Lawrence, Gabriel Troyer, Zora Starner, Madison Pierce-Lafney, Maddox Weber, Philip Small, and Parker Miller.
We like to take a second look here on these others. We get 5 pin coming right out of the gate there. And the last thing you want to do as a show judge is miss one, and so it's always good to kind of go back through and take a second look there. Young fella right here is really close right here. Love that hog from the side. That one's just got to have more. Gets a little flatter chested, gets a little flatter when I step right in behind it. That's the one that I was kind of debating on within the class. Really good pieces out here. I feel like other than that one, muscle's probably not our biggest issue. We're getting a little bit more compact. We're getting a little bit swirly there in our feet and leg set on a few of them. But a really nice set there. Great job to all those kiddos. Just an awesome trio out here, and so many positive attributes with these three kiddos out here. Have just done a great job getting these hogs presented out here, getting them driven, look really good with that. Like the quality that we got within the quality, the calico hog that the young lady's got is the one that has to win this drive. That is a really wide open hog. When that one comes right at me and comes with chest floor, that one's got a big old monster blade into it, a big back that really ties together. And maybe that one you'd like it to catch a gear and just go. It's not because that one's hot to ground setting is in question in my mind. That one just kind of needs to wake up a little bit and say, I'm not here to be a show hog. But that's a really good one there to lead off the class with. I like that one. This one here from the side is so intriguing to me. That thing runs uphill. That thing's got a big blade into it. That thing is really fresh in her back shape from her blade to her hip. maybe gets a little flatter in her side structure there, but the biggest issue with me on that hog is when she comes at you, you just like to get a little bit more spread in terms of her knee set there, and then right behind that blade, if we could just bolden that hog up. But that's a really, really good pair up there that you certainly like. This hog that the young lady's got in 3 hit me like a brick when that thing came out. This thing is very unique in terms of how that one is built. That thing is have a big chest into it. That again, a big, fresh, youthful kind of a back shape that I certainly appreciate. The problem is this thing wears down, and when that thing wears down, that thing starts to push out of its front end. That thing gets a little straight in its hind leg set. I just couldn't work that one up any higher when you got a pair like that. Fresh again, I really love the youthfulness presence this hog has. This hog has incredible muscle shape into it. I'd like to lay that shoulder back into this one, but my bigger issue is top to ground setting on this one. We got a couple of athletes right above this one. This one, top to ground setting, becomes a little bit more in question in my mind. I just got to get that hop inside, use that rear leg a little bit. Back 2/3 of this one, young fella, is lights out. I mean, that's a well-presented hog that has a tremendous amount of shape in that hog. Unfortunately, up front, that one gets really compact to its head and neck region. That one's getting a little bit heavier in terms of its jawline, in terms of its elbow pocket. We just like to trim up there. But a really good set, really high on that 5. Congratulations to those kids.
In 5th place, Gabriel Troyer. 4th, Lexi Sarner. 3rd, Madison Pierce Lafferty. 2nd, Zora Sarner. And in 1st, Marley Miller. Now entering the ring from Class 5. Grady Miller, Bryson Geog, Cade McKee, Chloe Dion, Cooper Sprang, Derek Miller, Hunter Sheets, Carson Horn, Milo Lawrence, Owen Malosh, Derek Vaughn, Jocelyn Yoder, Reed Coleman, and Garrett Fowler.
we've got a few going back here in this class that I think are still very good, high-quality hogs. We've got some heat within this drive, in my opinion. Young ladies in near miss right here with that hog there. So many good things in terms of power and muscle. The puzzle maybe just doesn't come complete for me there. Gets a little bit further featured there and a little bit swirly when I step right in behind it. Young fellow with that Duroc hog, make sure to take a look at that one. Young man's got him a red hog there that is really built right again, and in my estimation, that one still is a near miss out here, just in terms of foundation and how that one is built at the surface. Maybe just doesn't, again, tie together neat out of its hip, but that's a really powerful hog. Good set there. We're going to have an interesting top 5 here within this class. Congratulations to those kids, please.
Most light anchors run this.
For class 5.
There's
two that still look decent.
One's supposed to buck like on a season out west. I'm not going to. I care. He said there's one bucking at the end of this week.
again, just an awesome trio out here, and I knew when these all came in there that this was going to be an ultra-competitive drive here within this class, and it certainly is. And I said this earlier, you know, good livestock come in a lot of different packages, and we really do have 3 different packages out here. You have some questions that, again, you have to ask yourself about this trio and where you're going to go, because I can, you know, if you sit ringside and just say, this one's not good enough here, this one's not good enough in this area, this one's not good enough in this area, I can certainly understand, because there's a couple of holes here that we would like to fix, and we're going to have holes in our Grand Canyon tonight as well. I guarantee you that, as this night comes on, because we just we haven't made that perfect one yet that I've seen, and I don't think we probably will tonight. Good pieces out here. The one I gravitate to, young one right here, has got your class winner within this class. And I very seldom ever like to start with a negative on your class winner, but I think it's fitting so you know where my thought process is. Is that hog neat enough in its throat line? Is that hog tight enough in its jaw line right there? Is that hog long enough in its neck? Those are the questions that I ask myself, and as you break these 3 down, that hog's advantage in terms of stoutness of feature, in terms of bigness of blade, in terms of separation at the center part of its blade, and a big square back that carries his muscle shape in his loin deeper and more impressive than what our hog does in the second hole. That hog, when you step in behind him, that thing is opened up, utilizes it, handles it quite well. That's the one I like to lead off the class with. Young lady right here is within 2 within this class. That hog's advantage is neater fronted, longer, more extended up through its head and neck than what that class winner is. But when I step right on top and study that hog coming out of her blade into her top line, I need a little bit more oomph from her blade to her hip in terms of not necessarily her hardness of shape, but just volume of spread of muscle. She starts to get a little bit flatter in the center part of her body, coming out of her loin into her body cavity there. I also would just like to stouten her up when she comes right at you in terms of her chest form. But that is a fresh-made hog that is so ultra-sound out here, that plants and drives, is so masculine, elegant in terms of its look from the side, that you really appreciate there. I just wish there was a shot more right there in the top side of that one's skeleton for that one to be a class winner. This one is a really unique piece because this hog is a piece. And the puzzle just doesn't come together for me. I read this hog straighter in terms of its shoulder. This hog becomes a little bit one that wants to push in terms of its front end. As the longer that drive goes, that thing just gets a little bit more question in terms of how that shoulder is laid in there. But boy, that one is a fresh backward as well. Natural shape from blade to hip. You certainly like that. I like the way that one utilizes it top to ground, picks up that rear leg and says, let's go. I really appreciate that one an awful lot. Really good trio there. If this thing right here ever decided that being a show hog was a cool thing to do, this hog right here might be one that kind of gets in the mix and says where I go. That thing, its attitude, it really broke down quick coming out of the gate. Maybe some of that is because that one's extra wide from behind. Probably needed to burn just a little bit off of that one, but a really good kind of a hog. This one here just runs into a buzzsaw of a class. I love the basic build because that's what this hog is. Basic build, good shape, still not enough. At the surface, runs out of gas there as well. But young fella, you got a really nice hog there that just ran into a really tough class there. Congratulations to those kids. Really nice drive.
In 5th place, Carson Horn. 4th, Garrett Fowler. 3rd, Reed Coleman. 2nd, Milo Lawrence. And in 1st, Derek Miller. Now entering the ring for Class 6, Billy Patton, Zachary Gingrich, Jesselyn Miller, Emily Olinger, Kristen Hoonan, Trey Baker, Eliana Newsbaum, Kat Fry, Dakota Ringwald, Colton Lyda, Gabe Umstead, Una Polisek, and Olivia Workman.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I like where we're at here in this class. I just told the young man here, nice Hulk, just got to get more up there coming out of that blade and that top line there. That hog there is a near miss. A couple other hogs out here that just kind of break it down in terms of our movement and flexibility, but a really good set again. Just as we said in the last drive, going to have a very competitive 5, and we certainly are here as well. I think, within this drive, it kind of gets a little bit close in my mind when they first come out between a top pair. And then within that pair, I think there's one that just kind of takes it to the next level in terms of being one built right at the ground, really planting and driving, and does so quite well. So good, and has an advantage in our pasturing set, has an advantage in terms of how we pick up that rear hind leg and go. And with that, this one is still a stout featured, ultra good looking hog here that has a tremendous amount of shape. The young fella driving this all black one here has your class winner. I just like that advantage, and at the ground and at the surface, does so quite well. Really fresh and youthful up on the top side. Really nice place to lead off the class with. Young man in the center of the ring here with our white belted gilt. That one does have an advantage in terms of elevation at the point of the shoulder. Has an advantage in terms of extension up front. Unfortunately, I think this one gets a little tighter right behind its forerib, coming into its top line, and then you study that one in terms of how it wants to plant and drive. Does so with a little bit more uncoordinated kind of a look when you step right in behind. That is two rear hocks are really wanting to push out to the outside of itself, just a nickel more than what I'd like. But boy, I love that advantage in terms of bigness of kind, freshness of back. Really nice hog there to be in the second hole. The Hogan 3 is very good in terms of its side profile. Really hits you like a ton of bricks in terms of how that thing is built. You really appreciate it. And then you get up on top of that one, and right in the center part of that one's blade into its top line. I read that one plainer. I read that one flatter. We just got to have more power, more pop there. Body shape is incredibly good there. It's just blade to hip. I got to have a little bit more where we got those power hogs up there in that top pair within the drive. The bottom trio here within the class still offers some really good positive things about it. This white hog here, the blue-eyed hog, has a tremendous back in this thing. Blade to hip is so impressive. This thing, quite honestly, doesn't have a good back. This thing's got a monster back into it. I really appreciate it. Just doesn't carry the advantage to the surface and not as maybe as athletic built as what we would like to see. The Hogan 5 is a power hog that has a tremendous amount of muscle in this one. Unfortunately, I read this one a little heavier condition, especially up through its head and neck region. Its jawline becomes a little bit wasty for us there. We need to tighten it up in its jawline. We need to burn on that thing there in its elbow pocket, but a really power hog with all kinds of muscle. Congratulations, going to be a really good drive here.
In fifth place, Dakota Ringwald. Fourth place, Trey Baker. Third, Jesselyn Miller. Second, Zachary Gingrich. And first, Billy Patton. Now entering the ring for Division III Final Drive. From Class 4, Marley Miller. Now entering the ring for Division III Final Drive. From Class 5, Derek Miller. Now entering the ring for Division III Final Drive from Class 6, Billy Patton.
What an awesome trio here within these three. And you look at these three and you can study them and you can really tell. And I am somebody that I really like power. I've never shied away from power. But when you can put power and you can put athleticism in the same package, that's a very unique kind of a situation. I think there's a hog out here that he probably isn't the biggest backed one out here, but this thing does have plenty of shape out there. So impressive when this one comes right at you and it's chest floor. This one has an awesome type of a center body shape to it. Real advantage in terms of look, unbelievable advantage in terms of the surface, the way this one plants and drives and goes. Congratulations right here, awesome job.
Your Division III champion is Billy Patton. Now entering the ring for Division III Final Drive from Class 6, Zachary Gingrich.
That one comes in here, you know, and that pair within that class are both such good, high-quality, elite kind of show hogs about them, but they're a little bit different in their kind, and that made it a little bit challenging with it. But this one comes right out here and certainly gets in the mix right now. Ultra cool fronted hog, really fresh design one. You certainly like that one an awful lot. I'm keeping that pair together. Congratulations right there.
Your Division III Reserve Champion is Zachary Gingrich. Now entering the ring for the Division III Final Drive from Class 6, Jesslyn Miller.
Third in the division is one that I'm really high on. This hog, this scout featured in all kinds of power. This one's opened up, coming. This one's opened up, going. Maybe you could just make this one a little bit neater up through its front end. Gets out here on this drive, wants to start using that hind leg just a little bit more awkward than what we'd like. Still an awful good kind of hog. Congratulations right here. Super nice job.
Third place is Derek Miller. Now entering the ring for Division III Final Drive from Class 5, Milo Lawrence.
Next in the lineup is one that I think you just study this one in a pen, or if you show this one like a lamb and brace it, this one probably hits me a little bit harder. Gets out here within the drive, and I just don't think this thing has enough giddy up out of its rear tube. Gets a little bit shorter striding. Some of that is because it's got a little shorter of a hinge up there in its hip structure there. But boy, this is a powerful, rugged hog that is opened up. Just needs to go and show some more for me. That calico hog is going to be next in the lineup. Congratulations to her.
Fourth overall is Marley Miller. Now entering the ring for the Final Drive, Division III, from Class 4, Zora Sarn.
That hog comes out here again and, you know, ran out a little bit of gas as compared to what that hog was within the class. But then, boy, I tell you, that's another one that just has some unique pieces about that thing. I really am intrigued by that hog. Just needs a shot more for me, but still really good. That one's got to be in the top 5. Congratulations to her.
Fifth overall is Zora Sarn. Now entering the ring for Class 7, Braden Burgett, Cole Reeser, Lila Crosby, Clayton Lida, Reagan Mackey, Austin Bernhardt, Casey Miller, Garrett Coleman, Graham Fair, Alex Snyder, Peyton Martin, Jake Wellington, and Mason Spencer.
you know, the saying there a few years ago. It used to be how hard it was to win a division at a show like this, and then it was really hard just to win your class. And now I feel like it's even got to the point anymore that you have to be so